Yo, Winner just got a new Medusa skin, dude. Oh, look, she also has a new highlight intro. Yo, Winner just got a new Medusa skin.
My name is OJ. And this is the Juicy News Network. Roll the intro. Whoa, this is worthless. Yeah, I can see that. I do like that it gives you 20 banner tokens though. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Wow, his win rate is a lot lower now. They over nerfed him. They always over nerf. Why do they always over nerf? Supercell, you never learn. I paid $8 for this emote. It should stay exclusive. The Pigusi needs to be protected. Oh, this is when they mirror the balloon. Oh, we love this glitch. That's so good. Didn't take out the King Tower though. 1 year is free to play. You're free to play with 8 out of 20 Archer Queens. Using a Book of Books would have got her to 14, but using code OJ, of course. Thank you everyone for supporting me. Clan leader left because they nerfed Rage. Really? I thought that was a buff. There's a severe gold imbalance. I would need 1.8 million gold to fully upgrade. That's $500 in real world currency. Well, realistically, if you buy the good goods, the good would be like the 5x offers in the shop that don't appear anymore. So that'd just be Global Tournament and Pass Royale. I think you could get 1.8 million gold with $100. Not justifying it. I'm just trying to calculate that 500 is going off of the gold value in the shop, and that's not that great. It is time to go. Was I a good meta? No, you were the worst. One of my funnest times is when the meta is so busted that even I'm good. I remember day one when I was one of the few people that had a max Phoenix. This was the Monk Phoenix meta. Monk Phoenix, Monk Phoenix, Monk Phoenix. We love that. I love that. I'm sorry, what did he do? Wait. Swap lanes and goes back. What the frick? The Expo shoots arrows twice as small as the model arrow. That's true. Snake Larry isn't real and it can't hurt you. What is Snake Larry? Oh, wow. They're perfectly forming into what the frick? I've never seen that. New mechanic, Curse. I like this idea, but it's very complicated to introduce another element into the game. A super potion. Not from 14, but to 50. That wizard would one-shot everything.
Fireball. Fire.
When did they add this? I absolutely love this. Says the person that was banned for an hour for abandoning the match. Let's say you love both Clash Royale and Clash of Clans. Which pass do you buy? Trick question. You enter in code OJ and you buy both of them. Asian players waking up realizing they missed the entire Raged Balloon Lava Hound King Tower meta. Oh, shoot. That's right. You could do Lava Hound. They're giving us the most useless magic item ever to exist in every challenge. I did like banner tokens. I don't know if I'll ever use that. When starting the game, who else thought Barbarian Barrel is better than the log? It's very deck dependent. The log reaches farther, can take out Princess and Dark Goblins from afar. The Barbarian Barrel can tank for Graveyard. It can counter other things for decks that lack ground troops. It depends on the deck. There is no better one. Although log is more versatile. Adding a plus 1000% speed would be balanced, they said. 57% win rate. That's ridiculous. How can I complete this quest when I'm unable to request? I think they did a maintenance break to fix this already. Fisherman changed his mind. Fisherman changes his mind for a lot of things.
Nope.
They've become self-aware. Freeze rework. What? No, it's fine the way it is. What? Cool animation, but no. Here's the problem with Clan Wars. I'm benefiting from this interaction, but I'd be pissed if I was a level 9. No, the problem with Clan Wars is I don't want to play your stupid rage battle with my touchdown decks. Yes, this is for touchdown, and specifically the Hog Rider and the Earthquake and everything else. And you got the Battle Ram and the Ram Rider and these. And I can't switch away from my touchdown decks. If I could make a rage deck, that'd be good. But if I go into battle, suddenly this is locked and I can't change decks anymore. It's so annoying. You should give Monk an extra word in the name like Mighty Miner, Golden Knight. A monkey monk. I approve. Anyone else miss the old 2v2 layout where you could see your teammate's deck at the start of the game? You can't anymore? What? Oh, right, because of the banners. What are the odds of getting Skeleton King from here? I bought 3. No, you need to buy like 10. No, Fortune Chest is the worst value for champions. Over 200 emotes in the game, and they still don't have a way to organize them with more than 8 slots. Well, they have the new update that you can organize it by favorites now. All right, they sent in the Mighty Miner, switches lanes. Oh, he tried to counter with an Electro Giant. Feels bad. Just goes to town on that. Look at his move speed is way too fast. Miner to tank for the Mighty Miner, and he's just going off on there. Electro Spear to tank for the Princess. That was actually pretty good play. They did everything right from tanking the Miner and the Electro Spirit. Me when my Ice Golem makes it to the enemy crown tower. How are you not dead? I have no idea. I've never seen a card get 3 consecutive nerfs and remain broken. Oh, we love the Phoenix. Clash Royale Mirror Balloon Glitch be like... That's a good one. Slow motion. Mega Knight jumps right as the log goes. You know that the blue player won because we're seeing it from their perspective. Something's a bit off. Oh. Red, 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 blue, blue, blue. I would play this mode. Boosted Hog Rider. Minions plus 15% damage. Rage buffed. Credit card. We're coming for you mid ladder. The new Ebarb's Rage. He did not just clone that, and it did not just work on the Ram Rider like that. He really didn't need to clone that. All right, let's see this bandit. Wizard, Bomber, Princess, King. Ah, yeah. Let's see who this really is. The Omega Box. Womp womp. 2 big boxes and 10 gems. Jesse, I build robots. Janet, I was raised by robots. I destroy robots. Piper's in love with the robot? Is that the lore? I'm confused. Chester can burst you down, heal, break walls, slow you, stun you, poison you. He can be weak. He can be broken. He can switch supers. He can boost his speed, damage, reload. You can see what his next super will be. Does anyone else hate the new brawler design? There is a lot of information. Takes getting used to. The Omega Box has the content of 3 mega boxes and 10 gems, which is the value of 250 gems or 1250 USD. It was very generous of them to give us all these rewards for free. The main issue is that the Omega Box was overhyped. They teased it more than a month early. Make a pin, a player icon, spray, and a skin for it. Make an event and change the game's background for it. Stay silent about its content to build suspense. All for a mediocre box. People who missed out on the 140 Mega Box deal and the Trophy Road duplicate reward watching someone max out their Chester. The only legendary that can break walls. Sometimes. Free-to-play players when Supercell gives them everything and the game goes bankrupt. But at least they're maxed. You're not maxed if everyone's maxed. On this article on my recommended. Game removes loot boxes, players revolt instead of celebrate. There's an imposter among us. Gray isn't truly gray. Huh. Time Traveler removes a chair. $2 for 140 mega boxes. Optical Illusion Gray. I like this. So long. So many reworks, Brawl Stars. So many reworks. Oh yeah, Buzzette. I love Buzzette. They actually took the time to color in all of Buzz's themes. That's actually really... I like... Wow. Old players after returning to the game. What is this place? Why are there credits and gears? Unhated Brawler annual meeting. Spike is balanced, but he's not frustrating to play against. That's true. Why are y'all complaining? My Omega Box was insane. He unlocked Goku. Legacy of the Mega Boxes. Let's fight somewhere empty. Oh, that's too good. How have I not seen this? Oh my, oh, wow. You get a gold award for that. That's amazing. Wrap it up. My name is OJ, and this is the Juicy News Network.
Everything I've done, you know, there's always a little bit of something I would just like to tweak a little bit. So it's really, I'm still hunting down the great tune that I've never written. You know, it's somewhere out there, and that's what makes me get up in the morning. You know, I just know I can do better.
Bro, the actual Chad Lord.
It was the 80s in London. I was
Wait,
very
that sounds
fortunate,
wicked.
To have this friend who was a well-known film composer in England, Stanley Myers. He'd written the music for The Deer Hunter, and he was constantly working. And I got the job to be his assistant, run the espresso machine, and he would teach me about the orchestra. Friends of ours had started a little movie company called Working Title Film, and so we worked on a movie called My Beautiful Laundrette, starring Daniel Day-Lewis. And so that was really my first introduction into film scoring. It sort of took off. It was this really unusual
Wait, you didn't have a
piece
music
of
background?
filmmaking, and that was a good start.
Oh, banger!
Rain Man came about in a very strange way. I had done it again for Working Title Film. I'd done a film called A World Apart, which is still one of my favorite movies. And Barry Levinson's wife, Diana, had seen the film and loved the soundtrack and went out, bought the CD for him and gave him the CD. I remember it was 11 o'clock at night in my little studio down a back alley in the shadier neighborhoods of London, and there was like a knock on the door. And I
it's
opened
John
the door.
Williams, I know that is.
There's a man standing there going, "Hello, my name's Barry Levinson. I'm a director." And I'm going, "Yeah, you and my mum both." He started to tell me about this movie that he was making with Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise, and he asked me very politely if I would even consider going to Hollywood and working on it, you know, while I was just going, "Yes, please." So I did it the way I did any independent little movie I had done in England before, except now we were in Hollywood. It made me very, very nervous. Literally, Barry had to tell me, "This is okay, move on, go to the next bit," because I would have just spent forever on a single note.
Great movie. Ain't no way, I didn't even know that.
The Lion King. At first I didn't want to do it. You know, sometimes all the right things happen for all the wrong reasons. I didn't know how to do animation, and I thought, you know, oh, it's a Disney animated film, so it'll be like Fairy Tale Princess, and I kept saying, I don't know how to write Fairy Tale Princess music, and they kept saying, that's why we want you. My daughter at the time was 6 years old, and I'd never been able to take her to a premiere of any of my movies, and I thought, Dad wants to show off, so that's why I took the job.
That is really Chad.
There I was being flippant, you know, oh, I'm doing this movie about fuzzy animals, and suddenly I realized that the heart of the story is a child losing their father, and my father died when I was very young. Suddenly I was confronted with something. And, you know, the fuzzy animal movie became actually very serious and very profound for me. And so, yeah, I wrote a requiem for my dad. Ridley knows that I'm useless in the mornings and I'm vulnerable because I keep musicians' hours. You know, it's like I have a 9-to-5 job. I start at 9 in the evening and finish at 5 in the morning. So when Ridley phoned me at 9 o'clock in the morning and said, "Hey, do you want to do a Gladiator movie?" all I could think about was men in skirts and sandals. And he went, "No, Hans, it's not that sort of a Gladiator movie." It used to be in the screenplay, titles Gladiator pretty much straight into the battle. And I realized one of the things that was missing, and it was missing for Ridley as well, was a female soul. There was, you know, we talked about this idea that we needed a female voice in this. And these are the great things that happen during movies.
Iconic.
Pirates was a complete accident. I mean, I was working with Gore on something, and I said to him, "So what are you doing next?" And he's going, "Well, I'm thinking of doing this Pirates movie." Going, "Pirates movie? Really? Seriously? This is the worst idea I ever heard." I got a phone call from Gore on a Sunday going, "Come over, have a look at this thing." He showed me a movie that I couldn't possibly have imagined, you know, when he was talking about it. And I loved how wrong I was and how right he was. There was very little time left by the time I got onto this. I was going, okay, I better go home and write a theme. And I started at 7:30 in the evening. I'm just exploding with ideas, except I'm starting to be so tired. So the playing gets worse and worse and worse, and it's just like my fingers aren't moving properly anymore. Now it's 5 o'clock in the morning or so.
It's interesting,
that's
I like that.
Sort of how that movie came about.
F? No.
What seems to be a major
No,
preoccupation of Chris's and mine is the idea of time and how time affects everything. If you think about the 3 Batman movies we did, Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight Rises, it's 3 movies to you, but it was 12 years of our life. I think we managed to figure out a new way of telling those sort of stories. I've done over 100 movies and it's always been the same. I never know if it's working. I never know how it's working. Sometimes I have the instinct that I might be onto something, and sometimes you get that feeling of, ooh, it's all falling into place. The images and the sound are becoming one. I think sonically, you know, the sound of those movies became different, and the sound of those movies very much, I think, influenced other movies around us.
Bro, look, I'm gonna be honest though, the score of this movie was so well done. I almost felt like the movie was made off the fucking score somehow. Does that make sense? Like, it seems like the movie was so fitting that they said, fuck it, yo, we got the music, boys, let's fucking make the movie on top of it.
Inception was, you know, Chris had written into his screenplay this idea of these big, you know, those horns. So it was a story point, and suddenly everybody absconded with that idea and put it into every trailer that there was.
Hey, yo! Wait, I wish I went more into details about it, man. There's so much cool shit. Wait. That's so much cool shit to it. There's so many small things to it, man. There's a bunch of things to it.
Put it into every trailer that there was. By the time we got to Interstellar, we literally sat down and went, okay, let's make a list of everything we have done and see what we're left with. You know, we've done the big brass, we've done the big drums, we've done the synthesizer stuff.
No, the
and Chris said, what about church organ? And at first I went, oh, it'll sound like Frankenstein horror movies. It'll be all gothic. It was actually appropriate in a funny way, because if you think about the church organ, by the 17th century, it was the most complex bit of technology ever built by man. And if you think that the most complex piece of technology was actually built to be in the service of the creation of music, that's not so bad. I just thought, yes, okay, I'm going to give this a go, how to write something which is not gothic, but let's try to write a new vocabulary for this amazing piece of technology.
That's hard.
And we ended up in London in this, I mean, it was a truly extraordinary place called Temple Church, recording this beast of an instrument with this
I actually watched the whole thing,
documentary
about the music.
I had written all these unplayable parts, and for Roger it was just like, I mean, I was really worried on our. I remember on the flight over.
That chat where you get the music sheets and it goes above and he goes on top and he sits down and he starts playing it and it goes through the fucking. That's massive.
What were you prepared with? Which is the least amount that we can actually get through before this guy is going to quit on us? You know, walking into Temple Church and there's Roger, this humble man. He's going, why don't we just try a few things? And he just blazed through these unplayable parts. I mean, superhuman.
Yeah, so they had this guy play it, right? Because he knows that the organ works or whatever.
Blue Planet 2, little did I know, because I'm ignorant, this Earth, this little blue planet of ours that we cohabitate,
feel strong, man.
70% of it is covered in water, and we're so used to terra firma. So I thought, wouldn't it be interesting to figure out how to have we call it the tidal orchestra, an orchestra that, you know, has sort of ebb and flow and waves, and so we just sort of figured out how to make the orchestra into a more impressionistic tool, and basically explain to the players that everything they learned about their instruments was now going to go by the wayside, and we were going to figure out a new way of playing the instruments. We are so dependent on the ocean. We are so dependent on this planet. And we know so little about it. And I just thought if the music can become some sort of a bridge between what is under the surface to us, you know, and just to bring us closer to this world. So that
Then it's one
maybe
for the mountains.
just for a moment we realize that if we don't look after them, it won't look after us. While other kids were playing with Legos, I was torturing the piano. And it sort of became an obsessive thing. So I'm basically unemployable. I can't do anything else. I have to stick with this music thing because it's the only thing I ever learned, and it's the only thing that gets me out of bed in the
Guys, I will not get bored with the details again.
morning. It's the only thing I want to do. You know, I'm still learning.
Yo, this is X on the beat.
Chat, you know what? You know what we could do? You know what we could do? In a good Christmas spirit, we could reboot some wish list type. Let me just log in first, so I can make. What is it about this guy that I clicked on? What is it about this guy? I think this is kind of reasonable, actually. I think it's legit. Okay, you win the raffle somehow. And right? Raffle of shit. The entire year and an ass, bro. For dude, a monitor, some ice, bro. Bro, buy a bucket of fucking coal, man. It's so easy. Yeah, chat. I think I switched this. It's so easy. I realize my LinkedIn enough, I guess. Okay, fair enough. Come on. Confused. I don't know what that helps. Oh wait, this is dude. Okay, chat. I'll do 2 more random. Seems legit, to be honest. Okay.
This video is sponsored by the YouTube Red sci-fi series Lifeline. For ages, I've been wanting to make a video analyzing time travel in fiction. Not the magical or physical mechanisms by which the time travel is supposedly achieved, but rather the different ways time travel can influence causality and thus the plot within the universe of each story. Needless to say, there are spoilers ahead. Let's start with Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. Time travel in this book is actually 100% realistic. The characters experience slower passage of time when they travel close to light speed, allowing just a few days or months to pass for those traveling while years pass on Earth or other planets. It's traveling forward through time like we normally do, but at different rates. This kind of time travel doesn't change the past or allow characters to make different decisions than the ones they already did. It's all one consistent historical trajectory. The original Planet of the Apes film is similar, where astronauts experience extreme time dilation and then crash land on a strange planet ruled by apes that, major spoiler, turns out to just be Earth in the distant future. But what about like time travel? Well, I would say there are two big distinguishing features between different types of time travel in fiction. The first is whether or not the time traveler is there when history happens the first time around. That is there a kind of self-consistency where, since time travel takes you to the past, when the past happened the first time, the time traveling version of you was always there to begin with? Or does the very act of time traveling to the past change what happened and force the universe onto a different trajectory of history from the one you experienced prior to traveling? And the second distinguishing feature is who has free will when somebody is time traveling. Like, whose actions are allowed to move history onto a different trajectory, and whose aren't. One of the simplest time travels is do-over time travel. It's essentially like playing a video game where you can start a level over with the foresight of what you did wrong the first time. For example, in Groundhog Day, Bill Murray's character relives the same day over and over again. And though he can make different choices each time, he always starts back at the exact same point, except with new memories of his previous choices. That is, until he figures out the one exact set of choices that frees him from the loop. I consider Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol to be in this vein too, even though it may not seem like time travel. But because Scrooge gets to visit the future of his current timeline, even though he has no ability to affect the timeline directly while visiting, he can still change his actions in the present based on what he learns, essentially getting a do-over. The video game Braid is built on the idea of do-overs, where pretty much any time you can rewind a few seconds and try something different, though there are some things that are immune to going back in time and don't rewind, which is what makes the game interesting. Braid also has another kind of time travel, where you go back to your past as a separate individual, and while the past version of you is there, it has no free will. It just does exactly what you did the first time around, while the time-traveling you can change the course of history. This is also how the video Clock Blockers by the Corridor Digital YouTube channel works. And then there's time travel where the very act of going to the past or future creates a fully new trajectory of history, because time-traveling you weren't there the first time around, and now you are. This includes the typical anything goes time travel movies like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Back to the Future, Star Trek First Contact, and so on, where you can kind of instantly jump back and forth to any point in time you want, potentially resulting in multiple versions of yourself. From a causality perspective, anything you do in the past, even just the act of going back in time, redirects the course of history onto a new timeline. In Back to the Future, Marty's interference with his parents falling in love results in the timeline of history being redirected towards a version of the future where he doesn't exist, and so he starts to disappear from photos and real life. Even after correcting that major deviation, his interactions with his parents while he's in the past result in them being very different people when he returns to his present time. He accidentally caused history to progress in a slightly different direction. The movie Looper is similar, but there's a little more circularity because when you jump to the past, you cause history to branch onto a trajectory where, in the future, the younger you also goes back in time the same way you just did. Both you and your past self still have enough free will to change that forward course of history though, which results in weirdness like you getting new memories when your past self does things you yourself didn't do, or if they lose a body part, suddenly you'll lose it too and find it immediately replaced by an old scar. So changes to the present affect not just future timelines, but also future timelines that wrap back around to the present. The indie film Primer is in the same vein, except that it takes the plot device of time travel to the extreme, with time travel within time travel within time travel, with time-traveling characters interacting with other time-traveling versions of themselves, bringing time machines with them to the past inside other time machines, and so on. But beyond the complexity, there are two things that make Primer stand out. First, time travel to the past isn't an instantaneous jump, but actually takes time. To go back 6 hours, you sit in the time machine for what feels like 6 hours. And time travel can't take you back to a time before a given time machine was initially activated, since of course the machine can only be taking you back in time inside it if it's turned on. So the first time it was turned on is the farthest back in time you can go in a given machine. There's a nice logic to it. Which brings us to perhaps my all-time favorite of all fictional time travel: Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. It's a kind of time travel where you instantly jump back in time and can interact with yourself, but it doesn't generate new timelines. It manages this because in the Harry Potter universe, while you're experiencing your initial pre-time travel passage through a particular point in history, your time-traveling clone is also already there, doing everything you'll eventually do when you time travel yourself. For example, Harry and his friends are saved from dying by their time-traveling selves the first time history gets to that point. It just makes so much sense. If you go back in time, then of course you really and truly were at that location in time at that time. This also means that during the period of overlap, the time-traveling you has no actual free will, since everything you do has in some sense already been done, which Harry comprehends when he realizes that he has to save his past self because he was already saved by his future self when he was in the past. I think I love this kind of time travel because it manages to be logically consistent. It's time travel to the past where you can't change the past, because the past already happened. And there's only one timeline, the one in which time travelers arrive from the future, do stuff, and at some later date, leave to go to the past. Logical consistency is a primary thing that you may have noticed I think lays the foundation for good time travel stories. Not because logical consistency is important in and of itself, but because most of the time, in order to care about the characters in a story, we have to believe that actions have consequences. If everything is just a meaningless series of events, then we almost don't have a story. So it's really helpful if there are rules by which the universe of the story functions, whatever those rules may be. Speaking of actions with consequences, I finally got the kick in the pants I needed to make this video from my friends at the Corridor Digital YouTube channel. They've asked me to help promote their new YouTube Red original.
She tries to stop him. He swings his mace at her, and she dodges it. Paimon manages to block both blows and strikes Gora's armor. Gora does nothing, but laughs. But before he knows it, Paimon is back in her thrall and lifting Gora up with the same blow to his face she last used on him. Paimon brings up a katana and strikes Gora's chest, dismounts Gora and puts him into a seated position. Albedo was wounded when their insect faltered, and his body fell to the ground. Soon, Ula, Bennett and Amber suddenly calmed down. Albedo calmly leaned back, and looked at the traveler and Ula. He solemnly said,
"I have recovered."
The traveler was touched and said,
"I think you are the second one I have saved. Thank you, Albedo."
Then, the traveler pointed to Albedo's body, and smiled at Ula. He said,
"There is always another Albedo. And each of us has other Albedos."
Ula and the traveler both nodded.
That's it. Just like that. Embrace the anger. Embrace it!
The translation is very subliminal. Scaramouche sees the traveler as a customer, a slave, and a voyeur, an exploiter. He whips out a chainsaw. Scaramouche hunts the traveler. The traveler is simply on the verge of ruin. He is so on his way to being extricated that he has begun to move. But the chainsaw won't budge. Scaramouche draws out his pitchfork.
If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
"I don't wish to drown."
Disgusted, Liyue waved back. Stubborn and brash, Childe threw his head back in a howl of triumph. He screamed,
"I won."
More cheers from the children. Within the crowd, Childe's point of view, Liyue village was engulfed in a shower of yellow stars. The crowd murmured and chorused in Chinese.
"Heavens, this man's our hero."
One of the others we've seen is praying quietly. His face is ever black. Shaken, Childe steps forward and bends down over the old man. He removes a dark dagger, points it at the old man's heart. The old man's eyes glow at this horrific sight.
The legend continues.
Childe pierces his breast. The old man's eyes turn crimson and he utters a final word.
Liyue Harbor.
Some felt the heat of the sun. Others begged the rain.
There is no worse or more degenerate play stream such as the one Mudaharm recently made a video about. This is a back and forth. Don't let glasses, top hats,
Galaxy, which
I
means
don't know what
I'm
that
not gonna
means.
knock her over, which means I'm not gonna rage, and which means I'm not emo. Because Galaxy means I'm emo and I have to knock her down.
Someone translate. Is a galaxy some kind of like in-app currency that's a big one? What does that translate to real currency? How many doubloons? It's about why am I how am I getting so many different answers to that question? I'm just gonna look it up myself. How in the fuck? It is a standard rate on the gift, I have to imagine. How the fuck did I get a range of $5 to $1,000 from so many different people? Jesus, why do I ask? Why do I bother asking? Costs $13.50. God damn it. Holy shit, it is $13.50. Okay, so then this is just everyone's doing this scam then. Displaying pre-recorded videos as a stream.
Is this fake? No, your mom fake. It's not fake.
Cherry on top, some people don't even have real streams. They're just pre-recorded. They're fake. So the process for going live is pretty straightforward. On TikTok's website, it says you must be 8 that don't know any better, so they're easy to fool and potentially get money from.
That's also very common. On TikTok Live, I know they take Twitch streams sometimes and just broadcast it there as well on their page to farm off of the TikTok stream, or off the Twitch streamer. So they'll take like a VOD. They'll take like, let's say, XQC playing GTA RP. They'll take his entire stream, download it onto their phone or tablet or whatever, and then they'll just play it as a live stream on TikTok and just let people come in and just farm. That's pretty common on TikTok. I've seen that before. Do I watch TikTok? The only time I go on TikTok is when there's like an interesting drama story. Otherwise, I don't fucking touch it. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe inflation's a whole new kind of beast over on TikTok.
That is cap, bro. I haven't blinked in the last 7 days. You can literally join my...
Is it a scam? Easy need.
But if you were to actually catch one of his lives, then you would see that as a pre-recorded video. Another way to tell that it's pre-recorded is look at another YouTuber who has already covered this exact same guy before. A video that they showed for him over 6 months ago is a video that I just showed that I recorded myself when he was live a few days ago. So yeah, the entire thing is fake. And then of course, just like all these profiles that want to try and get money out of you or scam you, they have a link, you click on it, and then they provide 3 different drop downs saying earn this, make this, when all of it is not real. But
The Eater of Worlds was unsatisfied with classic, an iconic one even, where it's gift card giveaways, winning.
Holy dude. Jesus, them man.
No, since my TikTok account's been banned.
Jesus, true. Jesus, man.
What? Vegetables? What? Vegetables?
Boy, I love vegetables.
What?
What did you guys saying? You, I love vegetables. Yeah, I hate fruit. I like vegetables though. Jesus, man. Why does your hair look like a hat? I don't know. Why does your dick look you win.
So what's the thing you put your dick in?
Your mom?
No.
Your dad?
Yeah. What?
Bro, got fucking big ass thumb, bro. I didn't mean to do that shit, bro.
He said my big ass thumb.
I fucked that. I thought, bro, damn.
Does he look like him?
Mate,
it doesn't look like you, that.
No, mate, I'm gonna ask you to do a breathalyzer, please, yeah?
That doesn't look nothing like him. Does that look like him?
Mate, buddy, come here. Do a
It
breathalyzer.
doesn't like it, does it?
Let me see, what? Lower that.
What do you think?
Lower it.
No, I know it's him.
It just beat. It's just beat, man.
Does it look like him?
Mate,
it doesn't look like you, that.
No, mate, I'm gonna ask you to do a breathalyzer.
One last.
Y'all niggas, bro, y'all better turn y'all speakers down, bro. I don't give no fuck, bro. I don't care if the music loud, nigga. I'm not your daddy, nigga. Turn your speakers down, pussy, nigga. Y'all stop complaining like some hoes. Fuck wrong with y'all.
Oh!
Slide in my DMs like this.
Jesus, man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Slide in my DMs like this.
Yeah, pipes like that, they're very slidey. Huh? Jesus Christ! Oh my God!
Happy holidays, chat and XQC. XQCL.
Who needs to make me a coffee? Who needs to make me food? Who needs to pack me lunch? Who needs to mop? Who needs to vacuum? What the? It's the same guy! It's one guy! Jesus, man. Bro, that guy. Okay, this guy's pressed.
Bro, you're not Steve Jobs. Bro, you're not Steve Jobs.
Yo, what's good, what's good? Guns block now, everyone shook. Sweetie, gonna do me on a late night show, never know bad man gonna cook.
Jesus,
what's good? We got enough guns like boys in the hood. Sweetie, gonna do me on a late night show, never know bad man gonna cook. Yo, what's good, what's good? We got enough guns like boys in the
Any
hood.
London resident chat, is this true or what?
Nigga definitely can't work a job with this intellect. I'm gonna be honest, a job doesn't take intellect to work, bitch. That's why my fries is never in the bag, fuck nigga. So next time I come through that drive-thru, you better have that shit or I'm gonna rip you out that fucking window, pussy. The fuck up, nigga. Watch your fucking master go to work.
What? I don't even understand.
Now that looks freakishly familiar. Now that looks freakishly familiar.
Fucking rads.
Who the fuck is Giga Nigga?
Okay, two more.
God is good. God is great. God is good. God
like
no
every
water,
fucking
bro.
year, man.
What the hell's going on, bro? Oh, what are you doing? You're not the thinker. Damn, ain't no water, bro.
Oh, sorry, I had another video playing. Fuck. Sorry, this is playing in the back. I don't know what this is.
What the hell's going on, bro? Damn, ain't no
Oh,
water,
shit.
bro. What the hell's going on, bro? Oh, what are you doing? You're not the thinker.
The
Damn, ain't no
thinker.
water.
Ah! Oh my god!
How do you know you're not living in a simulation of reality right now?
That's all I know.
How do you know you're not living in a
Jesus!
simulation of reality right now?
Jesus!
That's all I know.
I just OD, perks killing me slowly. Feeling like I'm Kobe, can't let a bitch hold me. When you're gonna run up on them, shoot them like
Is that
you know
Pokey?
me. Yeah, like I'm Toby, bitch. Like I'm Toby, like a school shooter named Toby. Keep
Why
on
is
the
you-
tech.
what?
Keep on the tech.
What?
I just OD.
Bro, I thought it was like, dude, I don't fucking, bro, what are you going for me? Jesus, them.
There he is. Go to. There he is. Go to.
Holy. Yo, Ninja's letting it rip. Holy shit. Let him cook, chat. Let him cook.
Nah, it's not funny. I've got school. Nah, I'm not laughing. I've got school. Nah, has he drawn on my face?
Jesus.
SQCL.
Nah, it's not.
Happy Christmas, sex and chat.
Jeez, okay.
XQCL.
Okay, you
What?
What's
up, bro? No, I just heard that.
Any available assistant manager.
What?
You guys need to leave. Go.
What? I
can show you what's up
What? Whoa.
Stop.
This guy's coming at me and he works here. I just asked
Any
him.
available assistant manager.
I asked him where the toys were.
Right here, maybe?
Oh,
The fuck out of town.
what do you mean?
What the fuck?
Okay, you guys
What?
need to stop.
What's up, bro?
No, I just heard that.
Any available.
What the that was just cringe. What the fuck was that? Wait, is that even real? This is just cringe.
Okay, you guys
What?
need to stop.
What's up? The fuck?
What the fuck?
Okay, you guys
What?
need to stop.
Bro.
What do you mean?
What the fuck?
Okay, you guys
What?
need to stop.
What's up, bro?
No, I just heard that.
Any available assistant.
Yo, what the fuck?
Not gonna
homie?
catch me.
Water.
And let me be in that new scat pack. I'll trick off on y'all dumbass. You two fuckers just made the biggest mistake of your lousy career. I was not.
Oh, it's the videos that you think
Sour cream with chips. We put a wet jalapeno. And this is so simple, but it's so delicious.
What the fuck?
This is gonna make your mouth
Jesus
water.
Christ.
Sour.
What is that?
I really fucked it up this time.
That all men really just want to hang out with each other and they're not interested in hanging out with women.
Hey, what's up? Do you want to hang out sometime?
That
Merry
all men
Christmas,
really just want to hang out with each other
XQCPS.
and they're
Can
not
you unban
interested
me,
in
please?
hanging out with women.
Hey, what's up? Do you want to hang out sometime?
Well,
That
I
all
mean,
men really just want to hang out with each other.
anyway, what the fuck?
Hey, Dorkface, give me your lunch money.
It's giving broke boy. Oh God, it is. Like me
God.
personally, I'm not asking nobody for lunch money.
If you're broke, just say that.
Like on
The
God.
lunch is mid anyways.
Yo, L-Billy, bro. L-Billy, bro. Ratio. Yo, like,
Hey, Dorkface, give me your lunch money.
it's giving broke boy. Oh God, it is. Like me personally, I'm not asking nobody for lunch money.
If you're broke,
That's
just say that.
Like on
The
God.
lunch is mid anyways.
Yo, L-Billy, bro. L-Billy, bro. Ratio. Yo, like.
Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. And when I wake
Everyone's gonna call me fat. I spawn in.
You're fat.
Right? Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. And when I wake up, I recognize you looking.
You're fat.
Okay, dude.
So 3, 2, 1, and scammer gets scammed, buddy.
Just tested positive for COVID for the first time. Feel like death. Just in time to Christmas trolling despair.
So 3.
Wait, what the fuck? Bro, I thought I had 2 videos playing at the same time, and I was looking at on the ground.
Merry Christmas, Felix. Please watch this Breaking Bad X Hell's Kitchen edit. Hey XQC, Merry Christmas. Hey guys, you are gonna hook up the hour of this place. Maybe you could replay Fluff VR. XQC.
I didn't notice.
I just want to get this off my chest. That shit was not my fault. Y'all are trash. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Y'all are trash. Like, y'all are so trash. I want you to know that I'm talking to you, so I'm going to say your name. Then I'm
Fuck you, you bitch.
Merry Christmas,
Yo,
Felix.
mama.
Hope you're
Yo,
feeling
bald-headed
okay.
ass.
XQCR. Also,
Man, fuck.
happy holidays, chat.
Enjoy.
Oh, you enjoy.
What?
Call me.
name called Huey Magoo's.
What are you doing? What is this? 9-year-old me gonna tell my mom I need to post a bar. Oh no! Shit, dude, that's too real, man. Yo, this is X on the beat, yo. Okay.
YouTube, you're about to witness why Gale Dogra is one of the most powerful cards in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Hajime.
There can only be one winner, and you're looking at it. Let's go.
All right, Gale Dogra. You can pay 3,000 life to send a monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. I don't know why that's going to be good, but apparently it's really freaking good. We have Lunalight Chick is going to change her name to the Martin by sending a Martin from the deck to the graveyard. We got Tiger, which will summon Martin onto the field. Now we're going to make Force Strix. Where does the Gale Dogra come in? I think, nope, that's not the Gale Dogra yet. It's coming though. We're going to special summon the Raid Raptor, making the Y-Strix. Y-Strix will special summon Zephyros. Zephyros can recycle the Tiger, so can the Martin. We're going to rank 4 exceed into 4 Strix again. Detaching, searching for Raider's Wing. Y-Strix setting a rank up magic soul shave. Okay, I have no idea what's going on. We're going to summon Raider's Wing onto the field using the newly set spell to activate, summoning the 4 Strix from the graveyard, making a Beatrice. Now, with Beatrice, we're going to send any card from the deck to the graveyard. The Gale Dogra has been sent to the graveyard. Get ready for Gale Dogra. Zephyra Metaltron. Zephyra Metaltron is now summoned. I have no idea what it does. We have Code Breaker. Code Breaker virus summoning the 0 day. If you have at least a Link 3 that points 3 arrows backwards, the Code Breaker is nuts. It's going to summon Link 3, Link 2, and the regular monster. Can't wait. What? It's nuts. Normally you do it with Apollo USA in a deck like Spiral. I sold. We're going to send equip spells from the deck to the graveyard to summon a Infernoble. Infernoble Knight, Renan's going to grab back the Telekinetic Charging Cell, equipped to a psychic monster only. Okay. Return back to the hand to summon Zephyros. We're now going to make Dugaris. Dugaris is going to summon a monster from the graveyard. Now in the TCG, they're summoning Spell Canceller to completely cancel out spells. Generally, right? Am I right or am I wrong? We're going to make, wait, isn't this the bot combo? Reprodocus. Reprodocus is going to make the Gale Dogra into a Psychic. Now, being a Psychic means that you do not have to pay life points to activate its effects. And its effect is pay 3,000 life, send a monster from your extra deck to the graveyard, and we have 5 cards in the extra deck. We're going to send all of them. Herald Arclight's going to activate after 3,000 life that we didn't have to pay for. Okay, searching for a ritual monster. Herald Arclight again is going to search for another Gishki Zelgigas. Gale Dogra is going to send a Psyframe Lord Omega. Wait, isn't that Infinite Loop? Oh my god. You have Infinite Search. Omega, return, Gale Dogra, send. Send, search, Omega, return. It's infinite looping. Gishki Aqua Mirror. Tribute Zelgigas to summon Zelgigas. Zelgigas. You can pay 1,000 life to draw 1 card. Reveal it if it was a Gishki. Shuffle 1 card on the field into the deck. Okay. Dogra, send Herald. Is this legal in the TCG? What the hell is going on? Omega Herald. Omega Herald. What the hell? Could Zelgigas return a Gishki on the field back into the deck and then recycle, search it, then resummon it? This is an infinite loop. What do you do about this infinite loop? If you don't advance the game state with this infinite loop, then Konami would have to tell you, you have to stop looping. Double Zelgigas. We are going to make Gustav Max. Gustav Max, 2,000 damage to the face. Aqua Mirror returns Zelgigas back into the hand. Gale Dogra, grab back. Wait, we're sending Entis? Wait, are we shuffling Gustav? Oh my god! You're Gustav Max cannoning 4 times! You're infinitely recycling Omega, Herald, Entis, and the Gustav Max, returning back in the extra deck. What the hell are you doing? You're doing this to a beginner, and we wonder why people are not playing Master Duel as much. We wonder why the charts are turning red. Maybe this is why. What the hell is this? Omega, back in the extra. There's no way this dude queues up for another duel. You sent this dude back to literal Fortnite. Chapter 4, Dorito Island, The Witcher. I don't know what else they're collabing with. Why would they play this over anything else? What the hell is this? You're 45 minutes into the combo. Are we even close to finishing? Zelgigas, back to the hand. Back to the hand. Dogra. Well, surely this deck is no good going second, right? If you want, we could watch one replay going second. And apparently said there's multiple ways to do this combo, and he shows all of them. I don't think we have time to show every single way he's doing this combo. This is it. This is it. 2K. Fool. Back to Fortnite. Oh, wow. Oh, that's how you... that's how you win going second? No way. And, okay, I think we all get the combo. You got it. You know how to now go... the deck wins going second. What could I say? It's proof. Now, let's just go into the deck list. Let's go into the deck list here. Here is the D. Gale, Dogra, F, TU, the N. So there you go, Yu-Gi-Oh! Very nice. So there you go, screenshot this, read this yourself if
You guys in a game?
No.
Fuck you then.
Nå er Infiniten unblocked da. Hvorfor valgte han alt? Eggy Chase. Oh my god. Eggy Chase. Eggy Chase. Faen. Åh nei. Tror han mistet meg. Hva tror du har skjedd?
あなたの安全は私が保証します。
花と酒を手に景色を堪能しようとしたが、あの頃とはもう違う。旧友とまた。
どこへ行こうか。
こんなに長い間待ってるのに、巫女のお姉さんはまだ帰ってこないぞ。どうやらオイラたち、自分で肝試し大会の3周目をクリアするしかないみたいだ。今回の組み分けはどうする？
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。スキャリどいてやっほっやっやっ見たことあるかな。ほっよっここだよ。はっはっふっふっ爆発するよ。風だー。加速する。足元に気をつけて。見たことあるかな。やっいらっしゃい。走るより飛ぶ方が早いよ。ここだよ。爆発するよ。砕けなさい。もっと熱くなれよっほっ。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。いらっしゃい。見たことあるかな。足元に気をつけて。守るために戦わねば。どいて。ちょっとしたテクニックさ。せいふっはったはあ風だ。いらっしゃい。はっふん。 おおここだよ。たはおたたお走るより飛ぶ方が早いよ。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。走るより飛ぶ。風だ。ここだよ。お火花を散らせ。よっ、ロックの時間だぞ。ほっしゃよっほっよっリズムに乗れるかい？よっしゃよっふっはっほっ火花を散らせせふっふふはっ 逃げようなんて思わないでよね。爆発するよ。拘束する。狩人の小道具さ。その程度なの？
まだまだ。
風だ
これが力だ。
砕けなさい。見たことあるかな。一緒に遊ぼうよ。はあ、逃げようなんて思わないでよね。いらっしゃい。ちょっとしたテクニックさ。爆発するよ。ここだよ。よっ。リズムに乗れるかい？よっ。しゅっ。よっ。よっ。せいよっ。ほっ。ふっ。もっと熱くなれ。風だ。砕けなさい。やるわね。この祈りを聞きなさい。どいて。狩人の小道具さ。ぜい。火花を散らせ。情熱が足りなかった。走るより飛ぶ方。いらっしゃい。どいて。やっ。ここだよ。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。砕けなさい。守ってあげられなくてごめんね。みたいだ。星と深淵を
無事今日の依頼星と新
What they waiting for?
Your mom is hot.
You'd better go.
I'll go. Boom 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 boom. Oh. Sorry. I'll leave. Your mom is hot.
You'd better go.
If I get corona, I get corona. At the end of the day, I'm not.
The internet. Internet is a vast place. Nearly any question that comes to mind can be answered with a simple keystroke. Any curiosity can be quelled with a simple search term. And yet, when we hit enter and look upon the very answer we sought out to find, many of us experience a very peculiar kind of cognitive dissonance. The answer you sought out is grotesque and disturbing. And yet, you can't look away, and you don't know why. It's almost like coming to grips with our morbid reality is a task fit for no one.
Do you think you're smart enough to commit a murder? Do you think you have enough intelligence of how to get rid of a body, how to avoid the police, how to evade suspicion? Two men in particular asked these questions, and their names were Leopold and Loeb. Nathan Leopold was born on November 19, 1904, in Chicago. He was born in the lap of luxury. Both of his parents were incredibly wealthy, and he was also described as a child prodigy. He claimed to have spoken his first words at the age of 4, and by his late teens, he knew 15 languages and spoke 5 fluently. He would earn his bachelor's degree in ornithology at the University of Chicago, and the research that he performed there was nationally recognized. Richard Loeb was born on June 11, 1905 in Chicago. He was also from a wealthy family and was observed by his teachers to be exceptionally intelligent. So much so that he skipped many grades and became University of Michigan's youngest, at the time, graduate. He was 17 years old. He would then study law at the University of Chicago Law School, and this is where he got the idea to construct the perfect murder. Leopold and Loeb knew each other casually as children, but their friendship didn't bud until they met each other in college. Their relationship flourished in University of Chicago, and they would speak to each other about the things that they were learning. Richard Loeb would command these conversations because he was studying law, and these men had the shared interest of constructing the perfect crime. But on occasion, their conversations would drift to philosophy, and in the book Leopold and Loeb, Trial, written by Douglas O. Linder, he would describe a conversation between Leopold and Loeb that marked the beginning of their plan to kill someone. Leopold was particularly fascinated by Friedrich Nietzsche's concept of supermen, or Übermenschen, interpreting them as transcendent individuals possessing extraordinary and unusual capabilities, whose superior intellects allowed them to rise above the laws and rules that bound the unimportant, average populace. Leopold believed that he and Loeb were such individuals, and as such, by his interpretation of Nietzsche's doctrines, they were not bound by any of society's normal ethics or rules. Nearly immediately after Leopold and Loeb had this philosophical awakening, they chose to plan the murder of Bobby Franks. Leopold and Loeb spent 7 months planning everything to the T, from how they're going to dispose the body, how they're going to abduct someone, and even deciding to make a ransom and specific instructions on how to collect the ransom to make sure that they will never be caught. The pair decided on Bobby Franks because he was from an affluent family as well. They anticipated getting a healthy ransom as a result of this abduction, but they had no intentions of returning Bobby Franks alive. The plan began on May 21st, 1924. Using an automobile that Leopold rented under the name Morton D. Ballard, they offered Franks a ride as soon as he walked home from school. Bobby Franks initially refused. His home was only a few blocks away, so he wouldn't need a car ride. But Loeb persuaded him to enter the car to discuss a tennis racket that they'd been using. The precise sequence of events that followed remains in dispute, but major opinion places Leopold behind the wheel while Loeb sat in the back of the seat with a chisel. Loeb then struck Franks with the chisel sitting in front of him in the passenger seat several times in the head, and then dragged him to the back seat, where he gagged him, and then he died. The two men then covered the child in hydrochloric acid in order to obfuscate his identity. After that, they sent this ransom note with detailed instructions on how to drop the money and what to do next in order to see their son alive. Ironically, if they hadn't have sent a ransom note, they probably would never have been caught. You see, after the parents received the ransom note, they attempted to follow the instructions, but they were so distressed about their child's abduction that they just did it incorrectly. They went to the drop-off spot and found no one there. It was completely abandoned. They knew that it was a setup. They knew that their child wasn't alive. After the ransom failed, Leopold and Loeb just vanished. But this wouldn't last long. Within the next week, they were both bragging about what they did, saying that they got away with murder. And when they were inevitably approached by police officers, they pointed the finger at each other, and they both received 99 years in prison. Loeb would die 5 years later in a prison murder, with the motive being relatively unknown. Leopold would be released from prison 33 years later, and go on to write a book about how his perfect murder failed. Dihydrogen sulfate, also known as sulfuric acid, is a corrosive chemical known for its ability to oxidize and break down organic material. While sulfuric acid is naturally occurring, its purest form needs to be manufactured, and unfortunately, that concentrated version of sulfuric acid is readily available to the public, and subsequently becomes available to awful people. This is Mark Van Dongen. His friends describe him as a loving and caring person. One friend in particular described him as a gentle man and everyone's friend. And around 2010, Van Dongen met and began a relationship with this woman. Her name is Berlia Wallace, and they struck up a pretty close relationship. Although Van Dongen was smitten with his new girlfriend, his friends noticed something sinister. You see, Berlia Wallace was 20 years his senior, and a lot of his friends noticed how she was using him. She really didn't care about him. And after 5 years, the relationship began to break down. Van Dongen started noticing her manipulative behavior. Van Dongen chose to end the relationship and began seeing another woman. This enraged Berlia Wallace. She no longer could control him, and as a response to him leaving her, Berlia Wallace goes onto Amazon and purchases a 1-liter bottle of sulfuric acid. She quickly removed the label and researched acid attacks. And from that research, she learned how to efficiently and swiftly attack her ex-boyfriend. Interestingly, the day that she purchased the acid, Van Dongen called the police and told them that Berlia was stalking and harassing him, along with intimidating his new girlfriend. Unfortunately, Van Dongen still had to share a flat with his ex-girlfriend. This is when Berlia Wallace waited until Van Dongen was asleep. She would creep into his bedroom and throw acid on his face while he slept. The prosecutor had this to say during the court case. "You chose your moment for the attack. It occurred when Van Dongen, wearing only boxer shorts, was asleep in the bed which you had shared in your flat. Vulnerable, almost naked, he awoke but had no real opportunity to avoid the focus of your acid attack, namely his face and body. When concentrated sulfuric acid encounters human flesh, it immediately decomposes the proteins and lipids found on your skin, along with leaving an extensive burn because sulfuric acid, when reacting with organic compounds like flesh, releases a lot of heat. The reaction is instant, and Mark Van Dongen got the brunt of it. He lost sight in his left eye, and the majority of his face is disfigured. The trial judge, after the sentencing was read, had this to say: "Your intention was to burn, disfigure, and disable Mark Van Dongen so that he would not be attractive to any other woman. It was an act of pure evil." After doctors were able to stabilize Mark and examine his entire body, they realized that not only his face was attacked with acid, but 25% of his body was attacked with acid. She basically poured the bottle out on him. The doctors and nurses didn't know what had hit them, his father said. They didn't have a suitable ward because of the way that he looked. That caused problems, but he was admitted. They examined him, cleaned him, and we went straight to the palliative care unit. He was given excellent care. I had a beautiful home at the time. I said to Mark, "Come with me." He said, "Dad, that would just be another ceiling to look at." After the trial concluded, Berlia Wallace was sentenced to 12 years in prison. And after the trial, Mark Van Dongen's health began to decline. And in Belgium, they allow their patients to choose whether or not they want to be euthanized. Mark chose to be euthanized. He simply didn't want to continue his life in pain and chose to euthanize himself on January 2nd, 2017. I want you guys to close your eyes and imagine yourself in 1960s South Africa. Maybe you're walking down the street of Cape Town and you're thinking of maybe going to the beach, or maybe you're going to see your friends in Pretoria, who knows? But you're just living your life. But then you encounter this sign, and this is a new sign by the South African Ministry of Justice. It's a new update to apartheid laws. Depending on who you are, these laws may not apply to you, and that was their function. It was to separate you from undesirables, from the native population. This poster, made by the African Ministry of Justice, contained the major rules that an African native would have to follow. It also includes guidelines for British and Afrikaners on how to interact and deal with the native population and colored population, those of mixed race heritage. Anyone disobeying these laws will be imprisoned, fined, and/or whipped. All Africans over the age of 16 must produce a passbook on demand by a policeman. No white person may have sexual relations with an African, colored, or Indian person, and vice versa. Under no circumstances may an employer pay Africans the same rate as white persons, even if they do the same work and work the same hours. No African may attend a birthday party if the number attending could make the gathering undesirable. No African may strike for any reason whatsoever. An African in an urban area who is out of work must take work offered to him by the Bureau Affairs Commissioner or be removed from the area. Any African who takes a job outside his town, even if he has lived there for 20 years, must leave that town within 72 hours. No African may buy land or own property anywhere in the Republic. Unless they have obtained a special permit to do so, a white person and a non-white person may not, under any circumstances, drink a cup of tea together in a cafe. Under no circumstances may a non-white person use facilities set aside for the use of white persons, and no white man may teach an African servant to read. These are the many apartheid laws that existed during the British occupation of South Africa, and they were all meant to suppress the majority African population in that nation. Apartheid existed for the sole protection of the minority European population in that nation, and without it, the European population were vulnerable to revolution. In the United States, there is approximately 12 million immigrants, 10.7 million of which would be considered illegal immigrants. The term illegal immigrant classifies many different types of document status. Most people who are considered illegal immigrants are those who have overstayed their visa or simply do not have American citizenship. These two individuals are Cuban immigrants. This man's name is Leober Santos Correa. This woman's name is Eldevise Martinez Aguilar, and they're a couple. They wanted to leave Cuba together and enter the United States through Miami, Florida. And typically the way that's done is by employing coyotes, or people smugglers. And these people smugglers take advantage of those who employ them by charging high fees or simply robbing them and leaving them in a desert or in the middle of the ocean. A similar thing occurred with this couple. In 2016, they paid 3 Colombians to smuggle them via boat to Miami, but instead of taking them there, they killed them. Eldevise Martinez Aguilar spent the last minutes of her life being repeatedly assaulted by 2 of them before having her throat slit. The smugglers who killed the couple were named Fredis Valencia Palcios, 30, and Joven Steven Carizala Asprilla, 23. They were immediately caught after they killed the couple, and they were extradited by the US government back to Cuba. In 2019, they were sent to prison for an unknown amount of time for killing this couple. Do you think you'd ever participate in a mob lynching? Do you think you'd ever be infuriated enough to take justice into your own hands and participate in a lynching with a group of people? In the United States, lynchings were incredibly common during the early 20th century. Unfortunately, they were used against minority groups as a means of oppression. Many race riots of the late 19th century and early 20th century would always culminate in a lynching. Over time, even during the 20th century, lynchings became less and less popular. The publication of images of lynched individuals really stuck in the mind of the American public. People began to question whether or not those who had been lynched were actually guilty of the crimes that they were accused of. It was also hard to ignore that the majority of people being lynched were minorities, majority of those being African Americans. The Ku Klux Klan in particular, a white supremacist group in the United States, would target African American communities and lynch those who they thought committed crimes against the white community. Many of these lynchings were classified as tacit homicides, and many Ku Klux Klan members were arrested and tried for murder. This is Michael Donald. Born July 24th, 1961, he lived in Mobile, Alabama. He was the youngest of 6 children, and he attended local schools while growing up. After graduating, he would attend a local technical college and study there, all while being employed at the Mobile Press Register, a local newspaper. In the same year, an African-American man named Josephus Anderson was charged with murder of a white policeman in Birmingham, Alabama. The policeman caught Anderson committing an armed robbery, and Anderson reacted by shooting him. Anderson's case was being tried in Mobile, and at a meeting held in Mobile, while the jury was still deliberating, members of the Ku Klux Klan chimed in saying that the reason why Anderson wasn't being convicted is because the jury was predominantly black. Bernie Jack, a high-ranking member of the Ku Klux Klan, had this to say: "If a black man can get away with killing a white man, we ought to be able to get away with killing a black man." The first trial unfortunately ended with a deadlock of the mixed white-black jury. Anderson's case was retired and ended in a mistrial. Once the news about the mistrial entered the public, the local Ku Klux Klan had a meeting about how they were going to retaliate. 3 men in particular, named Henry Hayes, his son, and another man named James Llewellyn, got into a car and drove around Mobile looking for a black person to attack in retaliation. They were armed with a gun and equipped with a rope borrowed from Frank Cox, Hayes' brother-in-law. They were driving through predominantly black neighborhoods, and unfortunately they spotted Michael Donald. He was walking down the street, coming from a convenience store after purchasing cigarettes. Without any link to the Anderson case or even a past criminal record, Donald was chosen at random for being black. The two Klan members lured him over to their car by asking him for directions to a local club and forced Donald into the car at gunpoint. The men then drove out to another county and took him to a secluded area in the woods near Mobile Bay. Michael attempted to escape, knocking away Hayes' gun and trying to run into the woods. The men pursued him, attacked him, and then beat him with a tree limb. This slowed Michael down. They then wrapped a rope around Michael's neck and then pulled it to strangle him while Knowles continued to beat Donald with a tree branch. Once Donald had stopped moving, Hayes slit his throat 3 times to make sure he was dead. The men left Donald's lifeless body hanging from a tree on Henderson Avenue across the street from Hayes' house in Mobile, where it remained until the next morning. The same night, the other Klan members burned a cross on Mobile County's courthouse lawn to celebrate the murder. After the body was discovered the next morning, the local police immediately suspected the Klan. This is because of the remark they made during Anderson's trial. The police initially thought that it was a drug deal gone wrong. Michael Donald's mother, Belia Mae Donald, insisted that he never had done drugs before and claimed that the police simply just wanted to close the case. She requested the help of a prominent civil rights activist at the time, Jesse Jackson. He was able to convince the FBI to open an investigation, and subsequently all who were involved in the lynching were caught. It took around 2 years for the entire investigation to be completed, and Henry Francis Hayes was convicted of capital murder. The jury voted in favor of life imprisonment, but the judge overruled the jury's verdict and sentenced Hayes to death. He was incarcerated in the Holman Correctional Facility in Atmore, Alabama, while on death row. Hayes was executed on Yellow Mama, Alabama's infamous electric chair, on June 6, 1997. Once the execution was completed, the Associated Press reported that Hayes was the first execution since 1913 for a white-on-black crime. Hayes is also known as the only Ku Klux Klan member to ever been executed in the 20th century for the murder of an African American. James Llewellyn was indicted by a federal grand jury in 1985 for violating the civil rights of Michael Donald, and pleaded guilty for the civil rights violations in the United States District Court for Southern District of Alabama. Knowles avoided the death penalty by testifying against Hayes, Cox, and other Klansmen at the trial, and he had earlier testified that the slaying was done to show the true strength of the Klan in Alabama. This is Lina Marcela Medina de Juardo. Born on the 23rd of September 1933 in Peru, she was one of 9 children, and at the age of 5, her parents took her to the hospital in Pisco, Peru, due to her stomach and general abdominal region increasing in size at a rapid rate. Doctors originally thought that she had a tumor, but then determined that she was in her 7th month of pregnancy. This was obviously jarring for the doctors examining her, and they took many x-rays and proved that she was, in fact, pregnant. Once the news got out that a 5-year-old girl was pregnant, many people were interested in the case. Many newspapers and film producers asked and petitioned the family for exclusive rights to their story, and one film producer in particular reached out with a $5,000 offer for film rights. These offers were all rejected, rightfully so, because Lina Medina was 5 years old and was about to give birth to a child. 6 weeks after the diagnosis, Medina gave birth to a boy by cesarean section. She was 5 years, 7 months, and 21 days old, the youngest person in history to give birth. The cesarean birth was necessitated by her small pelvis, and the doctors found out that she had fully mature sexual organs, even though she was only 5. Her baby boy weighed 6 pounds, or 2.7 kilograms, and he was raised believing that Medina was his sister, and at the age of 10, he found out that actually, she was his mother. And even to this day, the identity of the father is still unknown. Medina's father was suspected of child abuse and was arrested, but there was no evidence that he had abused his daughter. He would soon be released from police custody, and Lena Medina raised her son by herself, and in 1979, at the age of 40, her son would die from bone marrow disease. In 2018, the city of Baltimore had a homicide rate of 58 people per 100,000. That placed Baltimore in one of the most deadly cities in the United States at that time, and this boy contributed one innocent soul to that rate. His name is Tyrone Harvin, and he's 14 years old, and he is the youngest suspect that the city police has ever charged with murder in the past 2 decades. This is Dorothy Nay Neal, 83 years old. There isn't a lot of information on her, but what is known is that she was his neighbor, and Tyrone Harvin chose her to be his victim.
Back on August 29th, she was assaulted inside of her home in the 2300 block of Winchester Street in West Baltimore, and she died the next day, August 30th. What we found in that case was that she had been assaulted, physically assaulted. We also were able to determine after the autopsy that she was also sexually assaulted. And again, when we talk about our vulnerable population, our older people especially, but we also talk about youth as vulnerable people. 70 years, almost 70 years separate our victim and suspect in this case. The suspect in this case is 14 years old. Tyrone Harvin has been charged with first-degree murder, first-degree rape, various sex offenses. We were able to find physical evidence that linked him to the crime, and he has been charged with that crime. Again, I know that there are some who will ask why. We charge as an adult, that's the law. And part of the law is releasing pictures of those who are charged with crimes, and that's our obligation in this. This is certainly not a happy occasion to announce an arrest and a murder. It never is. Obviously good work, but it's sad all the way around because there's some systematic failure in a 14-year-old's life to allow us to have to be up here talking about him being accused of murder.
In Baltimore City, when a child commits egregious crimes, like Tyrone Harvin, he could petition the court to have his jail sentence be served at a rehabilitation center. That privilege was denied to Tyrone Harvin. His charges are unknown because he was a minor when he committed this crime, but it's presumed that he will be in prison for a very, very, very long time. I truly believe messages, memories, sayings, beliefs are better conveyed on canvas than text or regular speech. Something about an artist's rendition of a specific message or a historical moment adds more insight and depth than a regular piece of text can provide. I can write a 10-page chronological paper about World War II, but this man, Zoran Mušić, has the talent to convey the same message in the most authentic way by depicting what happened during that time. Zoran Mušić, born on the 12th of February 1909, was a Slovene painter, printmaker, and draughtsman. He was the only painter of Slovene descent who managed to establish himself in elite cultural circles of Italy and France, particularly in Paris in the second half of the 20th century, where he lived most of his later life. And the next paintings you're going to see are his depictions of the Holocaust, specifically the Dachau concentration camp. When I first encountered his work, I noticed that a lot of his paintings that depict something negative are smudgy. They're made with imprecise brushwork, and it's creepy, it's uncanny, especially when he includes characters that are screaming or clawing at their face or lying on top of each other. This image in particular depicts a pile of dead bodies. These bodies are being prepared for incineration, and you can hardly discern individual faces, yet you know they're human bodies. They're stiff, stacked on top of each other. Arms, legs, fingers are jutting out randomly. This image in particular has very little detail, but just enough for you to understand what you're looking at. You're looking at depravity, you're looking at tragedy, you're looking at murder, you're looking at innocent people, innocent souls that were snuffed out during the most gruesome and deadliest time in all of human history. Hello everyone, it's your boy Ailerus, aka Panda Daddy, and I hope you enjoyed this week's content. I had a whole lot of nice r/. Kid starves to death, so it's just like regular Wi-Fi. Hey, nothing comes for free, including gigabit download speeds. Oh my god, why don't you come and dad about this comic is that I've never seen the individual. Like, what? You so many died at the proposition of gangbanging two furries. Breaking news! Scientists confirm remains of Pixie found in North Carolina woods. Oh my god, rip Kevin Hart. Dwayne! He's your friend, why you gonna keep clowning? Tell you know it's been fired. Wow, dude, so edgy and so topical. That joke was so dark, it's gonna get shot by a cop, I'm certain.
Fucking click it, Adrian. Most people wouldn't be a doctor. You're a delivery driver. In the middle of the box.
ずいぶん待ってたのよ。力になれるように。これこそが知恵の伝道。ふふっ。もっと熱くなれ。リズムに乗れるかい。ふう。吸引テスト開始。はっしゅ。風だー。この程度もう慣れた。ほっ。もっと熱くなれ。反逆の歌を奏でろ。音程を取るべきだったか。超拡散形態。走るより手をつなぎましょう。一緒に遊ぼうよ。安全距離確認。覚えたわよ。せやたは吸引テスト開始。足元に気をつけて。ふっほった痛くしちゃうかも。はびこりなさいよ。一緒に遊ぼうよ。6308式ユニット。火花を散らせ。ふっせしゅほっ。吸引テスト開始。よっよっほっ。あたいのリズムが乱れた。
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。ここだよ。リズムに乗れるかい？足元に気をつけて。安全距離全部丸見えね。ほっ、もっと顎はほっふっはあおっ風だ。いや風の最強の音を聞け。はっふーせいしゅよっ手をつなぎましょう。私のお家にいらし。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。リズムに乗れるかい？音程を取るべきだったか。知恵の伝道。私にはわからない。ユニット無双の風シミュレーター。はっふうはっふっはっ風だ。この程度もう慣れた。ここだよ。安全距離確認。お、一緒に遊ぼうよ。ふっはっほっひゃっ6308式ユニット。足元に気をつけて。ここだよ。吸引テスト開始。足元に気をつけて。お、逃げようなんて思わないでよね。走るより飛ぶ方が早いよ。一緒に遊ぼうよ。へい7号式モジュール。へい足元に気をつけて。一緒に遊ぼうよ。は ここだよ。た6308式ユニット。足元に気をつけて。おひゃっふっほっはっ安全距離確認。ひゃっ超拡散形態。ふうお逃げようなんて思わないでよね。吸引テスト開始。一緒に遊ぼうよ。走るより飛ぶ方が早いよ。おどっちが大きな水しぶきを飛ばせるかな。
よっはっよっトカゲのしっぽ、胡椒。 たまらない。颯のごとく。
いざ。花と酒を手に景色を堪能しようとしたが、あの頃とはもう違う。いざ。旅はいつか終わりを迎える。慌てる必要はない。花と酒を手に景色を堪能しよう。流通のために作られた船は港に止まる。 花と酒を手に景色を堪能しようとしたが、あの頃とはもう違う。悠々とまたいざ。
風向きにしいいだろう。難攻不落。 お よっ覚えたわよ。せよっリズムに乗れるかい？全部丸見えね。
暗山八九。
手をつなぎましょう。それここだよ。火花を散らせ。ほっせ痛くしちゃうかも。よっとほっと手をつなぎましょう。せほはびこりなさい。
剣女盤石。
足元に気をつけて。
暗山八九。
痛くしちゃうかも。ここだよ。リズムに乗れるかい？よっふっあっち見ろ。なんかすげえロックなものがあるみたいだぞ。一曲弾いてやろうか。あたいの新曲だぞ。
欠かせないのが情熱だ。おい、ぼーっとしてないでさっさと動け。あっち見ろ。なんかすげえロックなものがあるみたいだぞ。よっはっせん。
手をつなぎましょう。全部丸見えね。
よっほっはっふっ。
難攻不落。
ほっよっふっはっはっよっ。もっと熱くなれ。シュッ。
天理チョーク。ふっ剣女盤石。はっはっふっはっはっすきあり。ふっはっ甘い。たすきあり。岩山八九。ふっ
リズムに乗れるかい。ふっ
はっふっはっやっふっふっ霹靂先陣。いざ。はっすきあり。はっ 山八九
火花を散らせよっしっ
難攻不落。
もっと熱くなれ手をつなぎましょう
岩山八九難攻不落。
よっリズムに乗れるかいロックの時間だぞふっはっよっ
剣女盤石。
全部丸見えねふっほっほっ火花を散らせよっほっほっへいこりゃよっほっよっ
難攻不落。
ふっリズムに乗れるかいほっよっ反逆の音を奏でろこりゃせやほっせこの程度もう慣れた
岩山八九
よっ
せっかくのチャンスだ。本気を出して俺を楽しませてくれ。投稿も一つの選択だよ。俺は敗者に優しいからね。気を読み違えてるよ。
火花を散らせ。しゃ
悪くないね。
せいほっ
気を読み違えてるよ。隙あり。
よっ
少しは成長したようだ。褒めてあげよ
もっと熱くなれ。全部丸見えね。
う。狂乱のごとく疾風怒涛。
せよはと
難攻不落。
しほっ手をつなぎましょう。
捕まえた。会議だけじゃダメだよ。はっやるじゃないか。剣女盤石。
ほっよっふう
君の実力を褒めてやろう。俺も全力で戦わないと。失望させるなよ。極悪を空気する
岩山発球。
全部丸見えね。知識はあなたにも。はっ反逆の歌を奏でろ。
風だ。一緒に遊ぼうよ。
リズムに乗れるかい。わっうわっふっ
剣女盤石。天道万象。隙あり。
手をつなぎましょう。ほっよっふーしゃせやほっよ
岩山発球。
やせふふふややふよせや祭りでもやるん？
モラックス、すべてのけりをつけるときだ。
手をつなぎましょう。全部丸見えね。
難攻不落。
大地の粉は沈まら
岩山八九。
ふふ気ぃつけるで。そりゃしっかりせえへんと。
今こそ全ての怨嗟を払う時なり。
全部丸見えね。
ここだよ。
剣女盤石。
火の用心。もっとはあやっそりゃへい金魚やで。ふふ
千年もの雪辱を
これこそが知恵の伝道。
果たす。
手をつなぎましょう。
難攻不落。
この血が貴様らの墓場となる。千年の怒りをしかとその身に受けるがよい。
岩山八九。
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
覚えたわよ。法則を変えましょう。
剣女盤石。いざ。
やっせいやっせいいやキャッチやっはあ
足元に気をつけて。
やっ
土に帰れ。
天道ここにある。岩山八九。はっはっ隙あり。はっせふんふっ。
ほらくせ。
いざ。
震えてるじゃない。極寒のせい？それとも恐怖？
剣女盤石。
花火にほなやっははふふ
岩山八九。
行くで。
やいざ。剣女盤石。はっふっはっはっやっはっ隙あり。甘い。ふっ 難攻不落。
全部丸見えね。気ぃつけるで。さあどりゃやっえっえっはあおっと踊りなさい。はいやっ手をつなぎましょう。えふめまいが
岩山八九。
はびこりなさい。や花火もやめないわよ。はあえほっさあガキいやほなや手をつなぎましょう。全部丸見えね。
恐るるに足らず。難攻不落。天理チョーク。
風だ気ぃつけるで。痛くてもやめないわよ。手をつなぎましょう。せた花火見いひん。はいやおっととりゃはっさあガキ踊りなさい。やおっととりゃせ知識はあなたにも痛くしちゃうかも。燃え尽きるまで。
岩山八九。
お
難攻不落。
命はいつか尽きるもの。ほな全部丸見えね。私を魔女と呼ぶな。痛くてもやめないわよ。怪人も残らないわ。
剣女盤石。
手をつなぎましょう。食いしばりなさい。せやふふ気ぃつけるで。やそりゃおっと踊りなさい。はあせ豪華の法要。
難攻不落。はっはっふん
全部丸見えね。花火見いひん。おっとガキやや救済はいらない。いらないの。行くで。この同点も
点について。
ミュージックスタート。
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
無双の風、
一緒に遊ぼう。
ふふ、私のお家にいらっしゃい。
ふう、風だ。ここだよ。わあ、僕ばっ
安全距離確認。吸引テスト開始。7号式モジュール。
パタンキュ
バーバラ行くよ。
風だ。
手をつなぎましょう。これこそが知恵の伝道。無双の風、シミュレート、安全距離確認。吸引テスト開始。
ふう、逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
みんな頑張ってね。全部丸見えね。
足元に気をつけて。
安全距離確認。手をつなぎましょう。みんなを守るからね。とほいよっ、ほっ、超拡散形態。バーバラ、私のお家にいらっしゃい。
風だ。
元気出してよ。ミュージック、やだ。
一緒に遊ぼうよ。
吸引テスト開始。6308式ユニット。
足元に気をつけて。
こにあり。
万歳の名に
全力攻撃だ。
火の用心。えっせっやっとやっおっとさっき祭りの開始や。
剣女盤石。難攻不落天理チョーク。天に召せ。
いってるで。やっはっでおっとやっとやっやっ
くらえ。
やっ姿を見せ。
岩山八九。
無礼者は必ず制裁される。無双の風君
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
全部丸見えね。ほっよっえい準備できたかな。風だ。バーバラ手をつなぎましょう。知識をあなたにも。7号式モジュール吸引テスト開始。6308式ユニットゲッほら覚えたわよ。
これが陛下の恩
とはびこりなさい。
のけ
えい安全距離確認。
この身
せ全部丸見えね。
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
超拡散形態と手をつなぎましょう。はっよっ全部丸見えね。
剣女盤石。新天道地天道ここにあり。みんながそばにいて。
花火にいてえっちょっと油断してもった。
風だ。
元気出してよ。手をつなぎましょう。私のお家にいる無双の風シミュレーター吸引テストめまい
どこにいるのか聞かせてもらう。
安全距離確認と痛くしちゃうかも。へいえいと
ここだよ。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
6308全部丸見えね。超拡散形態
難攻不落。天理チョーク。岩山八九。
断罪の名に
燃えろ。全力攻撃だ。
言ってるぜ。いやおっとあっちはっせっ
天道ここにある。
姿を見せ
へい、みんなは俺が守る。
花火見いひ
難攻不落。
火の用心。断罪の名において
剣女盤石。天道万象。くらえ。みんながそばにいた。
言ってるぜ。おっとふっあっせっいや
せっはっふんや天道ここにある。やいざ燃えろ。へっはっみんなは俺が
姿を見せよ。おっとふっせっいやはっせっやっやったーや
お嬢様の仰せのままに。岩山八九。くらえ。
火の用心。さあやっキャッチせっせっせっおっとそりゃ
難攻不落。はっはっふんはっふん。よし出発。天に召せ。
断罪の名においてやっせっいやキャッチせっやっおっとそりゃ
剣女盤石天に召せ全力攻撃だ夜の源源天理チョーク
気ぃつけるぜふっはあせっやっやっとりゃはあいやとりゃや
難攻不落
祭りの開始や花火見いひんやっやっさあとりゃキャッチせっ
剣女盤石
姿を見せよ気ぃつけるぜおっととりゃせっやっせっやっふっやっへいや
難攻不落たっはっはっふっはっふっ隙ありやっふっ剣女盤石ふっはっはっ隙ありみんなは俺が守る
火の用心おっとキャッチやっせっさあはあふっせっ
難攻不落天道ここにあり
やっはっはっ花火見いひんへっやっふっおっと祭りもしまいやえっ
Some of you might have the childhood fear of beloved children's character Thomas the Tank Engine. That eternal smile, those glassy eyes. There's something not quite right with it. Well, never fear. To any of you suffering with Thomas phobia, I played a game called Choo Choo Charles, where you fight a train that looks like Thomas the Tank Engine if it crossed with a spider. He stalks you across the island relentlessly, and your only way to defend yourself is to collect enough scrap metal to upgrade your train to fight back. In an ultimate showdown that is so cool, Fortnite will definitely be stealing it for its next season. We will start the game. We will start the game. It will be very scary. If any of you are scared, you can hide down in the comment section, and I'm sure someone will timestamp where the scares are.
Well, there's something big on that island. Real big. So many friends. And even my own son are still out there. If it
7 seconds. No. All right, you fuck, buddy. I'm over leveled. Dude, you're doing the stanky leg. Look at that. God damn. Find the eggs. Find your son. Okay, so we gotta get the eggs, and my wife's
The internet is a vast place. Nearly any question that comes to mind can be answered with a simple keystroke. Any curiosity can be quelled with a simple search term. And yet, when we hit enter and look upon the very answer we sought out to find, many of us experience a very peculiar kind of cognitive dissonance. The answer you sought out is grotesque and disturbing. And yet, you can't look away, and you don't know why. It's almost like coming to grips with our morbid reality is a task fit for no one.
Misery loves company. Despair can never exist in a vacuum. Keep these thoughts in mind for the story that I'm about to tell you, because this man Jack Graham is the embodiment of both sentiments. John Gilbert Graham was born on January 23, 1932, in Denver, Colorado. His mother's name is Daisy Graham, and she had her son with her second husband, whose name is unknown. Unfortunately, Daisy Graham had to raise Jack during the Great Depression. Already, Daisy didn't have any money, and unfortunately, her husband couldn't contribute either. 5 years after Jack was born, his father would die from pneumonia, and this was 1937, the literal height of the Great Depression. His mother simply could not take care of Jack, so she made a decision to drop him off at an orphanage and never see him again. In 1941, his mother chose to remarry, this time to someone named Earl King, who shortly died after their marriage. Using her inheritance from King's death, Daisy became a successful businesswoman. She was able to use that money to establish many restaurants, and although she's established herself as a wealthy woman, she never reclaimed Jack. He remained at the orphanage until he was 18 years old, and once he wanted to reconnect with his mom, the relationship became estranged. He felt that she had abandoned him, and any time in public that they were seen talking, it was always an argument. This backstory is important to establish because his childhood and his estrangement from his mom established a motive for his next action. At 6:52 p.m. on November 1st, 1955, the United Airlines Flight 629, with 44 people on board, was planning on flying from Denver, Colorado to Portland, Oregon. Approximately 11 minutes into the flight, 39 passengers, including an infant, and 5 crew members were dead. Graham, moments before the flight took off, stashed a bomb on board with the intention to kill his mom, who was on board, and receive insurance money from her death. The insurance claim was approximately $37,500, which is equivalent to $380,000 in today's money. No one knows exactly how the bomb got onto the plane, but they do know that Graham was involved because the bomb was suspiciously similar to a firebomb at one of his mother's restaurants. And coincidentally, that restaurant was insured under his name. He collected some money for that restaurant burning down. The criminal trial that ensued was the first ever in the state's history to be televised. And interestingly enough, there was no federal statute on the books at the time, 1955, that made it a crime to blow up an airplane. So the judge decided to prosecute Graham with one murder, his mother. There was evidence of premeditation because he designed and placed the bomb on board with the expectation that she'd die, and she did. Jack Gilbert Graham was sentenced to death for his crime and executed on January 11th, 1957. His execution method was the gas chamber. This is Jessica and Daniel Groves, and they're both drug addicts. Their consistent abuse of drugs led to them neglecting their child. child and preferring drug use over parenting. This is 2-month-old Dylan Groves, and custody over him was withdrawn from his parents because a doctor observed and identified methamphetamines being found in his blood. His parents took an offense to losing custody over their child. Even though it was temporary, they didn't want that to ever happen again, but at the same time, they didn't want to have a child either. Dylan was killed in late March of 2020. Nobody knows how, because his body wasn't found until June. His body was placed in between 2 milk crates and weighed down with chains and thrown into a lake. The autopsy report noted that he had rib fractures, leg fractures, and skull fractures. And after being arrested, relatively quickly after Dylan was discovered, an Ohio jury convicted the couple of multiple charges in the death of their infant son. Unfortunately, the length of their sentencing was not released to the public, but it's safe to assume that both of them will be in prison for a long time because they received 11 counts of murder each. This is John Huron, born January 25th, 1981, and he's of Swedish and Czech descent. And in this
The box. You opened it. I came. opened it. The box. You opened it. I came. You summoned me. I came.
I came.
it. I came. You opened it.
This image of him, he's 14 years old. And on one night, he was camping with a friend. They had a fire going by a small lake near a town named Code in the Kunglav municipality. While the two teens were minding their business and having some fun, 4 young men approached them, ages between 15 and 18. The men had ties to the small National Socialist subculture and had bullied John for some time in school, and it wasn't different in this situation. They were beating up on him, kicking him in the ribs and punching him in the face, attempting to force him to say that he loved National Socialists. John refused. He didn't believe in their ideology and didn't want to be bullied anymore, so he chose to hold his ground. But these men kept beating him. At one point, they picked him up and threw him into the lake and forced him to swim back to shore, and if he didn't, they threatened to beat up his friend instead. He didn't want that, so he chose to swim back. Once at the shore, they continued to beat him, so much so that he had multiple broken bones. And after they were done, they chose to pick him up again and throw him into the lake. This time, John had no strength left to swim or keep himself above water, so he drowned. The young men quickly left the scene, all while Christian called the police and attempted to get some help. The boys were quickly caught. The subculture was known in the town, and Christian positively identified the teens who were involved. The 18-year-old ringleader was sent to 8 years in prison for murder. So did the 15-year-old boy. He was sent to 5 years youth imprisonment for murder. The other 2 young men who were involved were sentenced to less than a year in prison for murder. John's story was spread throughout the entire town, and he was awarded the Stig Dagerman Award for free speech because of his actions of not giving in to the 4 young men who tried to beat him for his beliefs. This is Leon Davis Jr. He's 33 years old and a nobody. Yet he garners a reputation, a seriously infamous one in the state of Florida. You see, Leon Davis Jr. likes to harm people, typically innocent people who just happen to be in his way. And on December 7th, 2007, he began working on that infamous reputation. Leon chose to enter a gas station at night along Interstate 4 in Polk County. Once he entered the gas station, he encountered 2 workers. Their names were Pravin Kumar Patel, 33 years old, and 55-year-old Dashrath Patel. After Leon walked up to the counter, he brandished a pistol in front of their faces and asked for money. And quickly after that, he shot both men in the face. Quickly, police were alerted that there were shootings at the gas station, and interestingly enough, Leon didn't steal any money. He just decided to murder the store clerks and then walk out the store. Unfortunately, this isn't the end. To Leon Davis's story. 6 days later, Leon decided to rob a nationwide insurance office in Lake Wales, which was run by 26-year-old Yvonne Bustamante, whom Davis actually knew, and 23-year-old Juanita Luciana, who was 5.5 months pregnant. Once inside, at gunpoint he forced both women into the back office and threatened them to open up the safe. $900 was stashed inside, and Leon stole that. Quickly after stealing the money, he taped Juanita and Yvonne together. They sat back to back on chairs, and then he doused both of them in gasoline and lit them on fire. Police officers and firefighters were on their way quickly though. People had reported that there was a fire burning at the nationwide office, and interestingly enough, the fire burned through the tape, giving both Yvonne and Juanita a chance to survive. But unfortunately, once the police and fire department arrived, both women were already critically injured. Both women were quickly hospitalized, and Juanita was the one who pointed out Davis as the perpetrator before she succumbed to her injuries and died. Yvonne would soon pass away too, and Davis would be charged with an additional 2 murders on top of the 2 that he committed at the gas station. The trial was swift. Davis actually turned himself in after those 2 murders, and he would be convicted of 5 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 1 count of robbery, 1 count of attempted robbery with arson, and 6 counts of grand theft. And he was given the death sentence for all of these crimes. He was executed on April 29th, 2011. This is Shannon Kepler. He's a member of the Tulsa Police Department, and his story begins in 2014. He and his wife Gina were having a difficult time with their adopted daughter Lisa. So instead of working with her and trying to build a relationship, they waited until she was 18 and dropped her off at a homeless shelter. They didn't want anything to do with her. They simply didn't want to be parents anymore because of her behavior. They dropped her. Her off at the homeless shelter without any personal possessions, including money, cell phone, credit cards, or clothes. She was supposed to just fend for herself and build a life without any help. Months pass, and Gina gets a boyfriend. Her father, Shannon, was alarmed by that. You see, he found out that his adopted daughter was dating through her Facebook account. She had changed her status from single to being in a relationship. She had met and started dating a volunteer that was working at the homeless shelter, and his name was Jeremy Lake. He was 19 years old. While still on active duty at the Tulsa Police Department, Shannon requested a records clerk to search police databases to gather information on Lake before printing out the police records about him. He learned that Lake was a victim of child abuse at a very young age and was previously charged as a juvenile after pushing a social services worker. These charges were eventually dropped. All of those things weren't necessarily alarming to Shannon. He didn't care about the 19-year-old's background, he cared about the 19-year-old's race. Jeremy Lake was mixed race, and Shannon Kepler didn't want his daughter dating him. So Shannon decided to do something about it. He pulled up to Lake's Tulsa address, and around 9 p.m. on August 5th, Kepler observed his daughter and Lake walk together with some of their friends and approached them in bid to talk to his daughter. She had no interest in speaking to him and accompanied Lake into his house. Jeremy Lake would attempt to introduce himself to Shannon, but Shannon pulled out his service revolver and shot him twice. Jeremy died instantly. Shannon then decided to turn around quickly and fire at everyone that saw the shooting. The witnesses that he fired at included his daughter and Jeremy's 13-year-old little brother. Shannon quickly jumped into his SUV and fled the scene. In court, he said he fled the scene because he knew his fellow police officers were going to look for him. He also said that the shooting was self-defense, stating that Jeremy got the jump on him, and Shannon also asserted that he saw Jeremy pull out a pistol from his waistband. Police officers and investigators said that there was no pistol at the scene. It would take 3 years for his trial to begin, and at the age of 61, he was found guilty of murder and sentenced to 25 years in prison. This is a gibbet. It's a gallows-type structure. from which dead or dying bodies of criminals were hanged on public display to deter other existing potential criminals. Occasionally, the gibbet was also used as a method of execution, with the criminal being left to die of exposure, thirst, or starvation. This is the gibbet of Montfaucon. It was the main gallows and gibbet of the kings of France until the time of Louis XIII. It was a very large structure, and it was used to execute criminals, often traitors, by hanging and to display their dead bodies as a warning to the population. It was located on a small hill in Paris and first built in the late 13th century, and it was used until 1629 and dismantled in 1760. It appears in the backgrounds of multiple paintings of Paris, including this one, that depicts the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre in 1572. And during that massacre, the body of a high-ranking admiral named Gaspard II was slain, and his body was dragged on top of that small hill and displayed in the gibbet. He was hung upside down by the feet, and his body was left there to rot until it fell off the rope. Imagine for a moment that someone breaks into your house. You hear them rummaging around your stuff, throwing things into a bag, breaking things, and you have no means to protect yourself. What's the first thing that you do? A lot of people think to escape, right? This woman did. She chose to escape from her bedroom window onto the roof with the intention to jump off and escape. At this point, police officers were on their way, and the men and women of the neighborhood were watching this entire ordeal go down. And at the start, it seemed that she was going to be able to get away, but this photo says otherwise. Immediately after she crawled out of the window, the assailant followed her out. He's holding a weapon with the full intention of finding her and harming her, and the only thing that she can do is hide under the roof, hoping that he doesn't find her, hoping that he would go back inside. Unfortunately, I don't have any more information for you. Nobody knows if she got away safely. Nobody knows if she was harmed, but what we do know is that she was terrified and all out of options. What's up, everybody? It's your boy Ailurus, aka Panda Daddy, and I hope you enjoyed today's video. And if you did, let me know in the comments down below, and leave a like if you liked the video. And if you're new to my channel, go ahead and subscribe, fam. What you doing watching videos and not subscribing? And if you're old, make sure you hit that bell so you get these notifications every time. I know you guys have been looking forward to r/Morph Reality 11, and I wanted to drop it on Saturday instead of Friday because I wanted to put some extra time into it, and a lot of you guys were looking forward to it. I also wanted to upload this video on the day that I uploaded the first 3 videos to my second channel, Ailurus After Hours. If you really like morbid reality content, if you really like true crime content, dark history, scary stories, whatsoever, feel free to take a look at the channel because it's meant for y'all. It's exclusively dark content. And yeah, if you want to click the links in the description, they're already up, they're already available, and the channel is live. I seriously hope you guys enjoy it, and as always, we gotta thank the Patreon supporters that make
If I get corona,
The internet is a vast place. Nearly any question that comes to mind can be answered with a simple keystroke. Any curiosity can be quelled with a simple search term. And yet, when we hit enter and look slut for no
Gurney. Born October 17th, 1812, he was an American photographer. He specialized in a type of photography called daguerreotype, where a piece of silver was treated with fumes to make it light sensitive in order to capture an image. This type of photography was the first of its type to become popular because it would only take a few seconds to capture a detailed image. Unfortunately, though, developing the image was laborious, and that would contribute to its high cost, leading people to spend their life savings on one image. Photography during this time was very much a luxury, and as a result, many politicians and elites had their picture taken, including President Abraham Lincoln. This image in particular was the first ever authenticated image of him, and it was taken in 1846. Unfortunately, though, 19 years later, another famous and rare image of him was taken, and it was this one. It's an authenticated photo of Lincoln in his casket, taken by our photographer, Jeremy Gurney. The significance of this photo is that this is the only surviving image of Abraham Lincoln's funeral, and the reason why Jeremy Gurney was in attendance is because he was a famous photographer of that time. Everybody who had the money wanted their picture taken by him because they came out so clear and people believed that they were more beautiful when they were taken by him. And as a result, he was commissioned to take this picture, but soon after, it was lost. Ironically, most of Jeremy's photographs were preserved because they were so special and because they were so rare. But this photo in particular, depicting the most important historical moment of that time, was left in a book that was hidden away in the Illinois State Historical Society library. This is Rachel Whittier. She was born in Weymouth, Dorset on the 6th of February, 1979. She was the younger of two children born into a middle-class household, and her parents were separated. Her parents' marriage ending left a large mark on her. She would cope with her feelings of living in a broken family with drug use. At the age of 14, she smoked weed and tried ecstasy for the first time. What began as a simple escape turned into a way for her to fit in with other children at her school. Over time, her drug use would progress to harder and harder drugs, and eventually, she developed a heroin addiction. Yet, through all of that, she was a stellar student, and once graduating secondary school, she thought hard about what type of university she wanted to go to. And during that school search, she met her boyfriend, Luke Fitzgerald. He was 24 years old and also a heroin addict. And several months into their relationship, they were injecting together, smoking weed together, and drinking together. This would affect her studies. She would call these moments of her drug Use slipping up, but in reality she was throwing her life away, and she was slipping further and further into addiction. And by mid-1998, Rachel's parents noted changes in their daughter's behavior. They said that their daughter began as a pleasant, exuberant, and very outgoing person, but then she turned into an irritable, insecure, and unreliable individual. Rachel would sell anything to feed her addiction, but her mother was adamant in telling the public and the press that her daughter never stole to feed her addiction. Drug counseling was the next step. Rachel really needed help, and she attempted to avoid the consumption of drugs for months at a time. And to her parents' delight, in 1999, Rachel decided to clean herself up and reapply to university. She wanted to continue her education in psychology and sociology, and she was on the straight and narrow for a few months before she slipped back into heroin addiction. And in late 1999, she and her boyfriend moved to a different town, rented an apartment, and chose to shoot up all day long. At this point, Rachel was separated from her family. They knew that she was alive, but they didn't quite know what she was doing. While living in this new town, she picked up simple jobs to feed her addiction. So did her boyfriend. And unfortunately, on May 10th, 2000, at the age of 21 years old, her body was discovered by her landlord. Her boyfriend had given her too much heroin, and she had overdosed on the floor. I chose to censor the image not only because it's a dead body, but because it depicts this woman's lowest moment. She's crouched on the floor, knees tucked to her chest, and her arms are purple, and so is her face. The police officers don't quite know when she died, but they do know how she did and who was responsible. Unfortunately, the boyfriend didn't see any jail time. There wasn't any sufficient evidence of foul play, and he was released without charge. Rachel's story is incredibly tragic. It's a story that's unfortunately becoming more and more common, a story of an individual's life being ruined by drug abuse, and as a result, hers was turned into a 22-minute documentary as a drug awareness campaign. It's called Rachel's Story, and it was released shortly after the images of her body were released to the media. This is 9-year-old Tyshawn Lee, and in November of 2015, something awful happened to him. Dwight Boone Dottie and Corey Morgan were two members of a local street gang, and earlier that year, Corey Morgan's brother was killed, and his mother was shot during a shooting in the neighborhood. Corey Morgan and Dwight Dottie found out that the shooting was from a rival gang, and they knew that the son of a rival gang member would consistently play basketball in the neighborhood. And on a random day, on November of 2015, Dwight and Corey lured Tyshawn into an alleyway with the juice box, and once they were out of sight from the street, Dwight pulled out a pistol, pointed it at Tyshawn's head, and shot him point blank. They then ran down the alleyway, jumped into a getaway car driven by Kevin Edwards, who pleaded guilty almost immediately after all three were caught. After being arrested, the trial was relatively swift. Dwight Doughty received 90 years in prison, plus 3 years supervision, and Corey Morgan, who was accused of planning the brutal murder, was sentenced to 65 years in prison with 3 years of supervision. The getaway driver, Kevin Edwards, was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Once the trial was over, Tyshawn's grandmother had something to say to the three monsters who took her grandson's life. You preyed on Tyshawn, you lied to Tyshawn, you lured Tyshawn, and you murdered Tyshawn. You left his little body in a cold alley to die, and you drove off like he was some kind of animal. He was just an innocent little boy. This is the front cover of Madden NFL 19. It's an American football simulator game, and it was available to play on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. The game, like many others, are multiplayer, and as a result, its competitive scene is pretty large. And the story I'm about to tell you is about one competitive player in particular. His name is David Katz. Known under the username Bread, he was a prolific tournament goer, and many other competitors acknowledged his skill and talent. In one Madden tournament in particular, in 2017, he was interviewed by CNN reporters about him winning that year, and there's a direct quote from him saying during that interview that he thinks he was personally one of the better players in the community. And this is important to note. David Katz wasn't used to losing, and anytime he would behave erratically. This was the direct result of his schizophrenia. For the majority of his life, he had been prescribed antipsychotics, but in this case, in 2018, when he lost the tournament, his medicine and subsequent therapy did nothing to curb his malicious behavior. On August 26, 2018, the Madden 19 tournament had begun. It was being hosted in Jacksonville, Florida, and there was around 150 participants. It's unknown how many rounds that David Katz was participating in before he lost, but it's assumed that he didn't matriculate up the bracket enough to even remotely be competitive. And as a result of him losing, he pulled out 2 handguns from his bag and fired into a crowd of people, shooting 12 and killing 2. One of the 2 victims in particular was another player who was directly responsible for him being knocked out of the competition. Immediately after firing the 12 shots, David Katz quickly picked up the second gun and shot himself. The 2 victims were named Elijah Clayton and Taylor Robinson. Both were very talented at the game, and both unfortunately lost their lives because David Katz couldn't handle losing. Elijah Clayton in particular didn't plan on going to the tournament. It was actually a last-minute decision, and there is a photo of Elijah Clayton circulating online immediately after he beat David Katz. It shows there's a red dot laser on his chest moments before he was shot. I don't know how many of you guys in the audience are religious, but to those who are, if you heard the word of God tell you to end your child in the world's worst way, would you heed his word?
Ha 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 ha!
If your God told you to destroy your child, to destroy the one thing that you love more than anything, would you obey their word? If you don't have an answer to that question right now, maybe by the end of this portion of the video, you might. Let me introduce you to this woman. Her name is Dana Schlosser, and on November 22nd, 2004, she heard the word of God. Born in 1969 in upstate New York, Dana Schlosser started out life with a significant handicap. She developed hydrocephaly, or water on the brain, and by the age of 8 years old, there was so much cerebral fluid in her brain, it was damaging her cognitive function. She had to go through 8 surgeries by the time that she was 13 years old, and even with some cognitive disabilities, she was able to get a psychology degree at Marist College. This is also where she met her husband, John Slosser. After a few years of the couple being together, they decided to move down to Texas, where John Slosser started a business within the computer science industry. And it was relatively successful. John earned enough where Dana didn't have to go to work. She could be a stay-at-home mom. But things weren't good at home. John was a controlling partner. Dana could rarely leave the home, and when she did want to find work for herself, John forbade it. Over time, the couple stumbled upon a fundamentalist church named the Water of Life. It was run by an Army veteran turned preacher who said that he spoke to God directly. Over time, Dana became overly involved in the church, potentially as a means of escaping her terrible home life with her husband. And the home life seriously did become worse. John decided to abandon his lucrative computer consulting business in an attempt to find more lucrative jobs, but he simply found none. Over time, they had to foreclose on their large home, and they decided to move closer to the church in Plano, Texas. On top of the manipulation from John and the verbal abuse, Dana had miscarried 3 times, and her mental state was already very tenuous. And in 2003, she tried for a baby one more time. She gave birth to Margaret Schlosser. Unfortunately, Dana had a hard time emotionally connecting with the child. She developed severe postpartum depression. The depression was so debilitating and serious that immediately after Margaret was born, Dana attempted suicide. She would be separated from the child immediately after and sent to a psychiatric ward, but she didn't receive any help there. Immediately after being released, there were noticeable changes in her behavior. Her husband, John Slosser, didn't help her mental state either. What initially began as verbal abuse turned into physical abuse. John would consistently beat Dana with a wooden spoon. The reason for these beatings was because Dana was seeking out psychological help, and this was against the church teachings. So he tried to discourage her behavior by consistently beating her. Over time, the motives for the beatings changed. Dana's mental health declined even more, to the point that she wanted to offer up her child to Doyle Davidson, the priest of the Water of Life Church. John obviously disagreed with this and would consistently beat Dana to discourage her from offering her daughter to the priest. Some time passes, more abuse occurs, and the family continues to go to this church. And on November 22nd, 2004, Dana claimed that she saw a news story about a lion mauling a young boy and took it as a sign of impending apocalypse. She then claimed that she heard God's voice command her to cut off Margaret's arms and then her own in tribute. The baby would subsequently be decapitated, her arms and legs would be cut off, and then Dana would unsuccessfully try to cut off her own arms. Covered in blood, she dispassionately called the cops, and with a voice and hymn playing in the background, Dana Schlosser confessed to the unthinkable. She told the 911 operator calmly that she had decapitated and dismembered her child, with the motive being that God told her to. And after she confessed, she began chanting and singing, "Thank you, Jesus, thank you, Lord," over and over and over. The police arrested her, and the trial was swift. She was found not guilty by reason of insanity, with the argument being that she was severely mentally ill due to her postpartum depression. After being sent to a Texas psychiatric facility, she befriended Andrea Yates, the Texas woman who murdered 5 children, and they struck up a friendship. Dana was quoted saying, "She is almost my identical personality. I think we'll be friends forever. I've only known her for a short period of time, but I believe the feeling is mutual. She probably thinks the same thing." In 2008, Dana Schlosser was released to an outpatient facility. She was ordered to be on birth control and take her antipsychotic medications, see a therapist, and not to have any unsupervised contact with children. However, she was committed to an inpatient facility in 2010 after neighbors found her wandering around in the early hours of the morning, dazed and confused. I'm sure we're all aware of the issue of drug addiction. In this video, we've already talked about it once concerning one young woman. But usually those stories are isolated to the nations that we live in. And I think sometimes many of us forget that drug addiction is a global problem. These next stream of images that you're about to see are from the Associated Press. It's from an article titled "Despair and Poverty Fueled Drug Use in Afghanistan." and I want to go through some of the images with you. The article begins with an explanation as to why these pictures were taken. It was meant to document how men and women attempt to avoid the horrors of war and poverty through the use and abuse of opiates, specifically heroin. This is an image of a man and his dog. He's currently giving heroin to the dog because the dog is addicted just like him. He would inhale the opiate, put it into a bottle, and exhale for the dog. This is an image of a user who OD'd on heroin. He's covered in a linen shawl, and he's buried under a bridge. This bridge is also a home to many other drug users. The article also goes on to say that this person recently died, and that he wanted to die. The man knew that he was overdosing on heroin, and he didn't want any medical support. He simply wanted to be relieved of his addiction. And the following images that you're about to see are of men who are being processed in prison for their drug addiction. Growing opium and processing it into heroin is a crime in Afghanistan, and the way that law enforcement typically handles drug addicts is by placing them all in the same cell, shaving them, and leaving them alone to experience withdrawal symptoms, with the logic being that this is a way of forcing these people to wean themselves off of drugs. Unfortunately, after they spend their sentence in prison, when released, they immediately start smoking opium again. There's really no therapy therapy or rehabilitation happening in these prisons. They simply just arrest them and release them. And even if there were resources to establish some sort of rehabilitation center, drug users in Afghanistan, like drug users in many other parts of the world, have stigma and taboo applied to them. So really no one in government or the community really wants to see these people helped. They just want them to be off the street. Unfortunately, the growth of people being addicted to opium in Afghanistan, more and more people are seeing opium as a way to escape the horrors of war or simply a respite from poverty. These images are simple. They aren't dramatized, they aren't exaggerated. It's just people suffering. And it's ironic that these images show so much human suffering when the people in them are smoking opium to avoid suffering, to just get a moment of relief. I want to end this story with a quote from the article. It talks about a man who goes out every night looking for one person, his brother. It goes on to say, "On the hillside, I saw a man who was clearly not an addict. In the darkness, he wandered among the men, shining a feeble flashlight on each. He was searching for his brother, who had become addicted years ago and left home. He goes from site to site through Kabal's netherworld. He's quoted saying, 'I hope one day I can find him.'" This is Myanmar. Myanmar, formerly known as Burma, it became independent from Britain in 1948, and for much of its modern history, it's been under military rule. In early 2010, restrictions concerning the government and free elections began cropping up. And in 2015, there was an installation of a new government led by a veteran opposition leader named Aung San Suu Kyi. And as a response to him being elected, the Myanmar military attacked the government, all while expelling nearly 500,000 Muslims into Bangladesh. The people of Myanmar despise the military government, and they disagree with the fact that they haven't had free elections since their independence. So as a result, civil disobedience and protests grew. And this story is about one protester in particular. Her name is Kalal Sin. Her background is relatively unknown, but what we do know is that in the year 2020, specifically November, she gained the ability to vote for the first time. And she felt that the election that she participated in was corrupt. And as a result, she became more politically active, arriving at more and more public protests and participating and behaving in civil disobedience. In 2021, during the Myanmar coup d'etat, Kalal Sin began to express her support online for the recently arrested civilian leader Aung San Suu Kyi, and she also showed her support for the ruling National League for Democracy. On March 3, 2021, she participated in a protest in Mandalay wearing a black t-shirt emblazoned with "Everything will be okay." A photograph of her wearing the t-shirt became iconic. The image of her spread everywhere online. She was dubbed the Angel because her shirt was so optimistic. It elevated the morale of everyone protesting that day and everyone protesting afterwards. During the protest, she was reported to have broken open a water pipe to allow protesters to wash tear gas from their eyes. And during this event, she even threw a tear gas canister back at the police and encouraged protesters to take cover when live rounds were fired. While she was on the front line of the protest, she was shot dead. Prior to the event, she had made a Facebook post stating her blood type in case she was injured and to wish for her organs to be donated should she die during the protest. Immediately, she became a martyr for everyone protesting for their right to vote and for democracy to be established in their nation. And unfortunately, she wasn't the only one to be killed. During these protests, over 54 people have been killed so far, and she has become a symbol for those lives lost. On March 4th, her funeral was attended by several thousand protesters, and the next day, authorities went to the cemetery where her remains were buried and exhumed her body for autopsy, which added to her martyrdom. This was seen as tacit disrespect and also the efforts of the government to hide what they did. But everybody knew that security officials during that day ended her life, all because she wanted to have a say in government. When I say the term shock website or gore site, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? LiveLeak, Best Gore, Encyclopedia Dramatica? There's plenty of sites that will cater to that type of audience, someone who wants to see somebody get dismembered or electrocuted. Unfortunately, for a lot of us, we were exposed to those things before we were even in high school. And this next story is all about one image that is very popular. And unfortunately, the reason why it's so easy to find is because they were reposted on those sites frequently. This is Rina Palenkova, and on November 2015, she killed herself. She placed her neck on a railroad track and let a train run over her. And the image of her body and the aftermath can be easily found on the internet. Reason being is that she is the most notable casualty from something called the Blue Whale game. Between the years of 2014 and 2015, there was a challenge online called the Blue Whale Challenge, or the Blue Whale game, where someone would anonymously contact you through WhatsApp, Kik, Skype, whatever, and give you tasks. They would first ask you if you want to play the game, and if you agreed, this person would tell you to perform actions. They would be mundane at first, and then it would turn into gruesome acts, where someone would ask you to carve their name into your arm with a razor, or ask you to kill a small animal. The multitude of actions that would be demanded of you were all terrible, but they all led up to one most gruesome action: ending yourself, killing yourself, suicide. That was the end of the game. And initially, this game was relatively unknown, but the casualty count grew because so many articles started sharing the rules of the game, talking about the game, because they were afraid that other teenagers would be interested in participating. Rina Palenkova's story was the most publicized, mostly because of this image of her standing next to the very train that she would ultimately use to end her life. Fortunately, the Blue Whale Challenge died after 2016, after a few arrests were made in Russia of suspects who supposedly encouraged these children to kill themselves. The game ended. People would talk about it. There were multiple channels on YouTube who covered it, but it still holds a legacy because the image of this teenage girl's body is everywhere online. One search and you will find it. And then you'll start to find posts and forums where people made fun of this girl and the way that she killed herself, talking about how her scarf didn't even come off after the train decapitated her. And I wish that was the worst thing that people said in reaction to those photos. It's a shame that what people remember from all of these articles and what people remember from hearing about this game is a teenage girl ending her life and not a warning about how people can be awful online. When people talk about the Blue Whale game, it's consistently followed by immature and ignorant comments about Rivka's life, and unfortunately, how she decided to end it. Rivka's story is a common one. For some reason, it's a trend to share images and videos of people ending their lives online with the fullest intention of gaining some sort of online clout, or spreading some stupid rumor, or simply just making fun of that person. And a lot of these gore sites propagate those photos and videos. This trend didn't start with Rivka. It didn't start with the Blue Whale game. But parts of me wish that it ended with her. That maybe her loss could be a lesson for all of us to treat suicide seriously and not to treat it as a spectacle. This next post was very popular on the r/morbidreality subreddit, mostly because of its bluntness. It's a series of 5 images of someone's bedroom. The bedroom belonged to a woman, the poster's brother's girlfriend. She was addicted to opiates, and her addiction was ignored. Her brother was also complicit in her addiction. He was addicted to opiates too. Unfortunately, though, she died. She overdosed, and these pictures were taken while the family was clearing out her house. The bed is covered in garbage, in needles, in pill bottles, and trash from Band-Aids. That in particular was shocking because I didn't even consider it. If you are injecting all the time, you probably need multiple boxes of Band-Aids. Images like this, their bluntness, their simplicity, just tell a story. It tells a story of a person who desperately needed help, who desperately needed care. And since they couldn't find that, since that was absent, they found relief. They found respite in a substance. Whether it be illegal or legal, people are addicted to things because they're trying to run from something. The poster didn't go into detail about this woman's background, what she experienced, what she thought, what she was feeling that would have motivated her to engage in this type of addiction. We can only speculate. It's addiction. It's very much something that enjoy it. Quick updates about the channel. This week there's going to be consistent